Chapter 1 of the Rangeland Avenger. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Kilmer. The Rangeland Avenger by Max Brand. Of the four men, Hal Sinclair was the vital spirit. In the actual labor of mining, the mighty arms and tireless back of Quade had been a treasure. For knowledge of camping, hunting, cooking, and all the lure of the trail, Lowrie stood as a valuable resource. And Sanderson was the dreamy, resolute spirit who had hoped for gold in those mountains until he came to believe his hope. He had gathered these three stalwarts to help him to his purpose, and if he lived, he would lead yet others to failure. Hope never died in this gaunt man, with a pale blue eye, the color of the horizon dusted with the first morning mist. He was the very spirit of lost causes, full of apprehensions, forebodings, and superstitions. A hunch might make him journey 500 miles. A snort of his horse could make him give up the trail and turn back. But Hal Sinclair was the antidote for Sanderson. He was still a boy at 30, big, handsome, thoughtless, with a heart as clean as new snow. His throat was so parched by that day's ride that he dared not open his lips to sing, as he usually did. He compromised by humming songs new and old, and when his companions cursed his noise, he contented himself with talking softly to his horse, amply rewarded when the pony occasionally lifted a tired ear to the familiar voice. Failure and fear were the blight on the spirit of the rest. They had found no gold worth looking at twice, and lingering too long in the search, they had rashly turned back on a short cut across the desert. 2 days before, the blow had fallen. They found Sawyer's water hole nearly dry, just a little pool in the center with caked dead mud all around it. They drained that water dry and struck on. Since then, the water famine had gained a hold on them. Another water hole had not a drop in it. Now they could only aim at the cool blue mockery of the mountains before them, praying that the ponies would last to the foothills. Still Hal Sinclair could sing softly to his horse and to himself, and though his companions cursed his singing, they blessed him for it in their hearts. Otherwise the white, listening silence of the desert would have crushed them. Otherwise the lure of the mountains would have maddened them and made them push on until the horses would have died within 5 miles of the labor. Otherwise the pain in their slowly swelling throats would have taken their reason. For thirst in the desert carries the pangs of several deaths, death from fire, suffocation, and insanity. No wonder these three scowled at Hal Sinclair when he drew his revolver. "My horse is gun-shy," he said, "but I'll bet the rest of you I can drill a horn off that skull before you do." Of course it was a foolish challenge. Lowrie was the gun expert of the party. Indeed, he had reached that dangerous point of efficiency with firearms where a man is apt to reach for his gun to decide an argument. Now Lowrie followed the direction of Sinclair's gesture. It was the skull of a steer with enormous branching horns. The rest of the skeleton was sinking into the sands. "Don't talk fool talk," said Lowrie. "Save your wind and your ammunition. You may need 'em for yourself, son." That grim suggestion made Sanderson and Quade shudder. But a grin spread on the broad, ugly face of Lowrie, and Sinclair merely shrugged his shoulders. "I'll try you for $1. Nope. $5. Nope. You're afraid to try, Lowrie?" It was a smiling challenge, but Lowrie flushed. He had a childish pride in his skill with weapons. "All right, kid, get ready." He brought a Colt smoothly into his hand and balanced it dexterously, swinging it back and forth between his eyes and the target to make ready for a snap shot. "Ready?" cried Hal Sinclair excitedly. Lowrie's gun spoke first, and it was the only one that was fired, for Sinclair's horse was gun shy indeed. At the explosion he pitched straight into the air with a squeal of mustang fright and came down bucking. The others forgot to look for the results of Lowrie's shot. They reined their horses away from the pitching bronco disgustedly. Sinclair was a fool to use up the last of his mustang strength in this manner. But Hal Sinclair had forgotten the journey ahead. He was rioting in the new excitement, cheering the bronco to new exertions. And it was in the midst of that flurry of action that the great blow fell. The horse stuck his right foreleg into a hole. To the eyes of the others it seemed to happen slowly. The mustang was halted in the midst of a leap, tugged at a leg that seemed glued to the ground, and then buckled suddenly and collapsed on one side. They heard that awful, muffled sound of splintering bone, and then the scream of the tortured horse. But they gave no heed to that. Hal Sinclair in the fall had been pinned beneath his mount. The huge strength of Quade sufficed to budge the writhing mustang. Lowrie and Sanderson drew Sinclair's pinioned right leg clear and stretched him on the sand. It was Lowrie who shot the horse. "You done a brown turn," said Sanderson fiercely to the prostrate figure of Sinclair. "4 men and 3 horses. A fine partner you are, Sinclair." "Shut up," said Hal. "Do something for that foot of mine." Larry cut the boot away dexterously and turned out the foot. It was painfully twisted to one side and lay limp on the sand. "Do something," said Sinclair, groaning. The three looked at him, at the dead horse, at the white-hot desert, at the distant blue mountains. "What the devil can we do? You've spoiled all our chances, Sinclair." "Ride on, then, and forget me. But tie up that foot before you go. I can't stand it." Silently, with ugly looks, they obeyed. Secretly, every one of the three was saying to himself that this folly of Sinclair's had ruined all their chances of getting free from the sands alive. They looked across at the skull of the steer. It was still there, very close. It seemed to have grown larger with a horrible significance. And each instinctively put a man's skull beside it, bleached and white, with shadow eyes. Quade did the actual bandaging of Sinclair's foot, drawing tight above the ankle so that some of the circulation was shut off, but it eased the pain, and now Sinclair sat up. "I'm sorry," he said. "Mighty sorry, boys." There was no answer. He saw by their lowered eyes that they were hating him. He felt it in the savage grip of their hands as they lifted him and put him into Quade's saddle. Quade was the largest, and it was mutely accepted that he should be the first to walk, while Sinclair rode. It was accepted by all except Quade, that is to say. The big man strode beside his horse, lifting his eyes now and then to glare remorselessly at Sinclair. It was bitter work walking through that sand. The heel crunched into it, throwing a strain heavily on the back of the thigh. And then the ball of the foot slipped back into the midst of a stride. Also, the labor raised the temperature of the body incredibly. With no wind stirring, it was suffocating. And the day was barely beginning. Barely 2 hours before, the sun had been merely a red ball on the edge of the desert. Now it was low in the sky, but bitterly hot, and their mournful glances presaged the horror that was coming in the middle of the day. Deadly silence fell on that group. They took their turns by the watch, half an hour at a time, walking and then changing horses, and, as each man took his turn on foot, he cast one long glance of hatred at Sinclair. He was beginning to know them for the first time. They were chance acquaintances. The whole trip had been undertaken by him on the spur of the moment, and as far as lay in his cheery, thoughtless nature, he had come to regret it. The work of the trail had taught him that he was mismated in this company, and the first stern test was stripping the masks from them. he saw three ugly natures, three small, cruel souls. It came Sanderson's turn to walk. "Maybe I could take a turn walking," suggested Sinclair. It was the first time in his life that he had had to shift any burden onto the shoulders of another except his brother, and that was different. Ah, how different! He sent up one brief prayer for Riley Sinclair. There was a man who would have walked all day that his brother might ride, and at the end of the day the man of iron would be as fresh as those who had ridden. Moreover, there would have been no question, no spite, but a free giving. Mutely he swore that he would thereafter judge all men by the stern and honorable spirit of Riley. And then that sad offer. "Maybe I could take a turn walking, Sandersen. I could hold on to a stirrup and hop along some way." Lowrie and Quade sneered, and Sandersen retorted fiercely, "Shut up. You know it ain't possible, but I ought to call your bluff." He had no answer, for it was not possible. The twisted foot was a steady torture. In another half hour he asked for water, as they paused for Sandersen to mount, and Lowrie to take his turn on foot. Sandersen snatched the canteen which Quade reluctantly passed to the injured man. "Look here," said Sandersen, "we've got to split up on this. You sit there and ride and take it easy. Me and the rest has to go through hell." "You take some of the hell yourself. You ride, but we'll have the water, and there ain't much of it left at that." Sinclair glanced helplessly at the others. Their faces were set in stern agreement. Slowly the sun crawled up to the center of the sky and stuck there for endless hours, it seemed, pouring down a fierce heat, and the foothills still wavered in blue outlines that meant distance, terrible distance. Out of the east came a cloud of dust. The restless eyes of Sandersen saw it first, and a harsh shout of joy came from the others. Quade was walking. He lifted his arms to the cloud of dust as if it were a vision of mercy. To Hal Sinclair it seemed that cold water was already running over his tongue and over the hot torment of his foot. But after that first cry of hoarse joy, a silence was on the others, and gradually he saw a shadow gather. "It ain't wagons," said Lowrie bitterly at length, "and it ain't riders. It comes too fast for that. And it ain't the wind. It comes too slow. But it ain't men. You can lay to that." Still they hoped against hope, until the growing cloud parted and lifted enough for them to see a band of wild horses sweeping along at a steady lope. They sighted the men and veered swiftly to the left. A moment later there was only a thin trail of flying dust before the four. Three pairs of eyes turned on Sinclair and silently cursed him as if this were his fault. "Those horses are aiming at water," he said. "Can't we follow 'em?" "They're aiming for a hole 50 miles away. No, we can't follow 'em." They started on again, and now, after that cruel moment of hope, it was redoubled labor. Quade was cursing thickly with every other step. When it came his turn to ride, he drew Lowrie to one side, and they conversed long together with side glances at Sinclair. Vaguely he guessed the trend of their conversation, and vaguely he suspected their treacherous meanness. Yet he dared not speak, even had his pride permitted. It was the same story over again when Lowrie walked. Quade rode aside with Sandersen, and again, with the wolfish side glances, they eyed the injured man while they talked. At the next halt they faced him. Sandersen was the spokesman. "We've about made up our minds, Hal," he said deliberately, "that you got to be dropped behind for a time. We're going on to find water. When we find it, we'll come back and get you. Understand?" Sinclair moistened his lips, but said nothing. Then Sandersen's voice grew screechy with sudden passion. "Say, do you want three men to die for one? Besides, what good could we do?" "You don't mean it," declared Sinclair. "Sandersen, you don't mean it. Not alone out here. You boys can't leave me out here stranded. Might as well shoot me." All were silent. Sandersen looked to Lowrie, and the latter stared at the sand. It was Quade who acted. Stepping to the side of Sinclair, he lifted him easily in his powerful arms and lowered him to the sands. "Now keep your nerve," he advised. "We're coming back." He stumbled a little over the words. "It's all of us or none of us," he said. "Come on, boys. My conscience is clear." They turned their horses hastily to the hills, and when the voice of Sinclair rang after them, not one dared turn his head. "Partners, for the sake of all the work we've done together, don't do this." In a shuddering unison they spurred their horses and raised the weary brutes into a gallop. The voice faded into a wail behind them, and still they did not look back. For that matter, they dared not look at one another, but pressed on, their eyes riveted to the hills. Once Lowrie turned his head to mark the position of the sun. Once Sandersen, in the grip of some passion of remorse or of fear of death, bowed his head with a strange moan. But aside from that, there was no sound or sign between them until hardly an hour and a half after leaving Sinclair they found water. At first they thought it was a mirage. They turned away from it by mutual assent, but the horses had scented drink, and they became unmanageable. 5 minutes later the animals were up to their knees in the muddy water, and the men were floundering breast deep, drinking, drinking, drinking. After that they sat about the brink, staring at one another in a stunned fashion. There seemed no joy in that delivery for some reason. "I guess Sinclair will be a pretty happy gent when he sees us coming back," said Sandersen, smiling faintly. There was no response from the others for a moment. Then they began to justify themselves hotly. "It was your idea, Quade." "Why, curse your soul, weren't you glad to take the idea? Are you going to blame it on me?" "What's the blame?" asked Lowrie. "Ain't we going to bring him water?" "Suppose he ever tells we left him? We'd have to leave these parts pronto." "He'll never tell. We'll swear him." "If he does talk, I'll stop him pretty sudden," said Lowrie, tapping his holster significantly. "Will you? What if he puts that brother of his on your trail?" Lowrie swallowed hard. "Well," he began, but he said no more. They mounted in a new silence and took the back trail slowly. Not until the evening began to fall did they hurry, for fear the darkness would make them lose the position of their comrade. When they were quite near the place the semi-darkness had come, and Quade began to shout in his tremendous voice. Then they would listen, and sometimes they heard an echo, or a voice like an echo, always at a great distance. "Maybe he started crawling and gone the wrong way. He should have sat still," said Lowrie, "because—" "Oh, Lord!" broke in Sandersen. "I knew it. I've been seeing it all the way." He pointed to a figure of a man lying on his back in the sand, with his arms thrown out crosswise. They dismounted and found Hal Sinclair dead and cold. Perhaps the insanity of thirst had taken him. Perhaps he had figured it out methodically that it was better to end things before the madness came. There was a certain stern repose about his face that favored this supposition. He seemed much older, but whatever the reason, Hal Sinclair had shot himself cleanly through the head. "You see that face?" asked Lowrie, with curious quiet. "Take a good look. You'll see it again." A superstitious horror seized on Sandersen. "What d'you mean, Lowrie? What d'you mean?" "I mean this. The way he looks now, he's a ringer for Riley Sinclair. And you mark me, we're all going to see Riley Sinclair face to face before we die." "He'll never know," said Quade the stolid. "Who knows except us? And will one of us ever talk?" He laughed at the idea. "I don't know," whispered Sandersen. "I don't know, gents, but we done an awful thing, and we're going to pay. We're going to pay." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Rangeland Avenger by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Their trails divided after that. Sandersen and Quade started back for Sour Creek. At the parting of the ways, Lowry's last word was for Sandersen. "You started this party, Sandersen. If there's any hell coming out of it, it'll fall chiefly on you. Remember, because I got one of your own hunches." After that, Lowry headed straight across the mountains, traveling as much by instinct as by landmarks. He was one of those men who are born to the trail. He stopped in at Four Pines, and there he told the story on which he and Sandersen and Quade had agreed. Four Pines would spread that tale by telegraph, and Riley Sinclair would be advised beforehand. Lowry had no desire to tell the gunfighter in person of the passing of Hal Sinclair. Certainly he would not be the first man to tell the story. He reached Colma late in the afternoon, and a group instantly formed around him on the veranda of the old hotel. Four Pines had indeed spread the story, and the crowd wanted verification. He replied as smoothly as he could. Hal Sinclair had broken his leg in a fall from his horse, and they had bound it up as well as they could. They had tied him on his horse, but he could not endure the pain of travel. They stopped, nearly dying from thirst. Mortification set in. Hal Sinclair died in 48 hours after the halt. Four Pines had accepted the tale. There had been more deadly stories than this connected with the desert, but Pop Hansen, the proprietor, drew Lowry to one side. "Keep out of Riley's way for a while. He's all het up. He was fond of Hal, you know, and he takes this bad. Got an ugly way of asking questions, and..." "The truth is the truth," protested Lowry. "Besides..." I know. But just make yourself scarce for a couple of days." "I'll keep on going, Pop. Thanks." "Never mind. Ain't no hurry. Riley's out of town and won't be back for a day or so. But speaking personal, I'd rather step into a nest of rattlers than talk to Riley, the way he's feeling now." Lowry climbed slowly up the stairs to his room, thinking very hard. He knew the repute of Riley Sinclair, and he knew the man to be even worse than reputation. One of those stern souls who exact an eye for an eye, and even a little more. Once in his room, he threw himself on his bed. After all, there was no need for a panic. No one would ever learn the truth. To make surety double sure, he would start early in the dawn and strike out for far trails. The thought had hardly come to him when he dismissed it. A flight would call down suspicion on him, and Riley Sinclair would be the first to suspect. In that case, distance would not save him, not from that hard and tireless rider. To help compose his thoughts, he went to the washstand and bathed his hot face. He was drying himself when there was a tap on the door. "Can I come in?" asked a shrill voice. He answered in the affirmative, and a youngster stepped into the room. "You're Lowry?" "Yep." "There's a gent downstairs wants you to come down and see him." "Who is it?" "I don't know. We just moved in from Conway. I can point him out to you on the street." Lowry followed the boy to the window, and there, surrounded by half a dozen serious-faced men, stood Riley Sinclair, tall, easy, formidable. The sight of Sinclair filled Lowry with dismay. Pushing a silver coin into the hand of the boy, he said, Tell him I'm coming right down." As soon as the boy disappeared, Lowry ran to the window which opened on the side of the house. When he looked down, his hope fled. At one time there had been a lean-to shed running along that side of the building. By the roof of it he could have got to the ground unseen. Now he remembered that it had been torn down the year before. There was a straight and perilous drop beneath the window. As for the stairs, they led almost to the front door of the building. Sinclair would be sure to see him if he went down there. Of the purpose of the big man he had no doubt. His black guilt was so apparent to his own mind that it seemed impossible that the keen eyes of Sinclair had not looked into the story of Hal's broken leg and seen a lie. Besides, the invitation through a messenger seemed a hollow lure. Sinclair wished to fight him and kill him before witnesses who would attest that Lowrie had been the first to go for his gun. Fight? Lowrie looked down at his hand and found the very wrist was quivering. Even at his best he felt he would have no chance. Once he had seen Sinclair in action in Lew Murphy's old saloon, had seen Red Jordan get the drop, and had watched Sinclair shoot his man deliberately through the shoulder. Red Jordan was a cripple for life. Suppose he walked boldly down, told his story, and trusted to the skill of his lie. No, he knew his color would pale if he faced Sinclair. Suppose he refused to fight. Better to die than be shamed in the mountain country. He hurried to the window for another look into the street, and he found that Sinclair had disappeared. Lowrie's knees buckled under his weight. He went over to the bed with short steps like a drunken man, and lowered himself down on it. Sinclair had gone into the hotel, and doubtless that meant that he had grown impatient. The fever to kill was burning in the big man. Then Lowrie heard a steady step come regularly up the stairs. They creaked under a heavy weight. Lowrie drew his gun. It caught twice. Finally he jerked it out in a frenzy. He would shoot when the door opened, without waiting, and then trust to luck to fight his way through the men below. In the meantime, the muzzle of the revolver wobbled crazily from side to side, up and down. He clutched the barrel with the other hand, and still the weapon shook. Curling up his knees before his breast, he ground down with both hands. That gave him more steadiness, but would not, this contorted position, destroy all chances of shooting accurately. His own prophecy, made over the dead body of Hal Sinclair, that all three of them would see that face again, came back to him with a sense of fatality. Some forward-looking instinct, he assured himself, had given him that knowledge. The step upon the stairs came up steadily, but the mind of Lowrie, between the steps, leaped hither and yon 1,000 miles and back. What if his nerve failed him at the last moment? What if he buckled and showed yellow, and the shame of it followed him? Better 100 times to die by his own hand. Excitement, foreboding, the weariness of the long trail, all were working upon Lowrie. Nearer drew the step. It seemed an hour since he had first heard it begin to climb the stairs. It sounded heavily on the floor outside his door. There was a heavy tapping on the door itself. For an instant the clutch of Lowrie froze around his gun. Then he twitched the muzzle back against his own breast and fired. There was no pain, only a sense of numbness and a vague feeling of torn muscles as if they were extraneous matter. He dropped the revolver on the bed and pressed both hands against his wound. Then the door opened, and there appeared, not Riley Sinclair, but Pop Hansen. "What in thunder?" he began. "Get Riley Sinclair. There's been an accident," said Lowrie faintly and huskily. "Get Riley Sinclair quick. I've got something to say to him." Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Rangeland Avenger by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Riley Sinclair rode over the mountain. An hour of stern climbing lay behind him, but it was not sympathy for his tired horse that made him draw rein. Sympathy was not readily on tap in Riley's nature. Hossflesh to Riley was purely and simply a means to an end. Neither had he paused to enjoy that mystery of change which comes over mountains between late afternoon and early evening. His keen eyes answered all his purposes, and that they had never learned to see blue in shadows meant nothing to Riley Sinclair. If he looked kindly upon the foothills which stepped down from the peaks to the valley lands, it was because they meant an easy descent. Riley took thorough stock of his surroundings, for it was new country. Yonder where the slant sun glanced and blinked on windows must be Sour Creek, and there was the road to town jagging across the hills. Riley sighed. In his heart he despised that valley. There were black patches of plowed land. A scattering of houses began in the foothills and thickened toward Sour Creek. How could men remain there where there was so little elbow room? He scowled down into the shadow of the valley. Small country, small men. Pictures failed to hold Riley, but as he sat the saddle, hand on thigh, and looked scornfully toward Sour Creek, he was himself a picture to make one's head lift. As a rule, the horse comes in for as much attention as the rider. But when Riley Sinclair came near, people saw the man and nothing else, not because he was good looking, but because one became suddenly aware of some 180 pounds of lithe, tough muscle and a domineering face. Somewhere behind his eyes there was a faint glint of humor. That was the only soft touch about him. He was in that hard age between 30 and 35, when people are still young but have lost the illusions of youth. And indeed, that was exactly the word which people in haste used to describe Riley Sinclair. Hard. Having once resigned himself to the descent into that cramped country beneath, he at once banished all regret. First he picked out his objective, a house some distance away near the road, and then he brought his mustang up on the bit with a touch of the spurs. Then, having established the taut rein which he preferred, he sent the cow pony down the slope. It was plain that the mustang hated its rider. It was equally plain that Sinclair was in perfect touch with his horse. What with the stern wrist pulling against the bit and the spurs keeping the pony up on it, in spite of his bulk he was not heavy in the saddle, for he kept in tune with the gait of the horse, with the sway of the body which lightens burdens. A capable rider, he was so judicious that he seemed reckless. Leaving the mountainside, he struck at a trot across the tableland. Some mysterious instinct enabled him to guide the pony without glancing once at the ground, for Sinclair, with his head high, was now carefully examining the house before him. Twice a cluster of trees obscured it, and each time, as it came again more closely in view, the eye of Riley Sinclair brightened with certainty. At length, nodding slightly to express his conviction, he sent the pony into the shelter of a little grove overlooking the house. From this shelter, giving half his attention to his objective, he ran swiftly over his weapons. The pair of long pistols came smoothly into his hands, to be weighed nicely and have their cylinders spun. Then the rifle came out of its case, and its magazine was looked to thoroughly before it was returned. This done, the rider seemed in no peculiar haste to go on. He merely pushed the horse into a position from which he commanded all the environs of the house. Then he sat still as a hawk hovering in a windless sky. Presently the door of the little shack opened, and two men came out and walked down the path toward the road, talking earnestly. One was as tall as Riley Sinclair, but heavier. The other was a little, slight man. He went to a sleepy pony at the end of the path and slowly gathered the reins. Plainly he was troubled, and apparently it was the big man who had troubled him, for now he turned and cast out his hand toward the other, speaking rapidly in the manner of one making a last appeal. Only the murmur of that voice drifted up to Riley Sinclair, but the loud laughter of the big man drove clearly to him. The smaller of the two mounted and rode away with dejected head, while the other remained with arms folded, looking after him. He seemed to be chuckling at the little man, and indeed there was cause, for Riley had never seen a rider so completely out of place in a saddle. When the pony presently broke into a soft lope, it caused the elbows of the little man to flop like wings. Like a great clumsy bird he winged his way out of view beyond the edge of the hilltop. The big man continued to stand with his arms folded, looking in the direction in which the other had disappeared. He was still shaking with mirth. When he eventually turned, Riley Sinclair was riding down on him at a sharp gallop. Strangers do not pass ungreeted in the mountain desert. There was a wave of the arm to Riley, and he responded by bringing his horse to a trot, then reining in close to the big man. At close hand he seemed even larger than from a distance, a burly figure with ludicrously inadequate support from the narrow-heeled riding boots. He looked sharply at Riley Sinclair, but his first speech was for the hard-ridden pony. "You've been putting your hoss through a grind, I see, stranger." The mustang had slumped into a position of rest, his sides heaving. "Most generally," said Riley Sinclair. "When I climb into a saddle, it ain't for pleasure. It's to get somewhere." His voice was surprisingly pleasant. He spoke very deliberately, so that one felt occasionally that he was pausing to find the right words. And in addition to the quality of that deep voice, he had an impersonal way of looking his interlocutor squarely in the eye, a habit that pleased the men of the mountain desert. On this occasion his companion responded at once with a grin. He was a younger man than Riley Sinclair, but he gave an impression of as much hardness as Riley himself. "Maybe you'll be sliding out of the saddle for a minute?" he asked. "Got some pretty fair hooch in the house." "Thanks, partner, but I'm due over to Sour Creek by night. I guess that's Sour Creek over the hill?" "Yep. New to these parts?" "Sorta new." Riley's non-committal attitude was by no means displeasing to the larger man. His rather brutally handsome face continued to light, as if he were recognizing in Riley Sinclair a man of his own caliber. "You from yonder?" "Across the mountains." "You travel light." His eyes were running over Riley's meager equipment. Sinclair had been known to strike across the desert loaded with nothing more than a rifle, ammunition, and water. Other things were non-essential to him, and it was hardly likely that he would put much extra weight on a horse. The only concession to animal comfort, in fact, was the slicker rolled snugly behind the saddle. He was one of those rare Westerners to whom coffee on the trail is not the staff of life. As long as he had a gun, he could get meat, and as long as he could get meat, he cared little about other niceties of diet. On a long trip, his extras were usually confined to a couple bags of strength-giving grain for his horse. "Maybe you'd know the gent I'm down here looking for?" asked Riley. "Happen to know Ollie Quade? Oliver Quade?" "Sort of know him, yep." Riley went on explaining blandly. "You see, I'm carrying him a sort of death message." Said the big man, and he watched Riley, his eyes grown suddenly alert, his glance shifting from hand to face with cat-like uncertainty. "Yep," resumed Sinclair in a rambling vein. "I come from a gent that used to be a pal of his. Name is Sam Lowrie." "Sam Lowrie!" exclaimed the other. "You're a friend of Sam's?" "I was the only gent with him when he died," said Sinclair simply. "Dead?" said the other heavily. "Sam dead?" "You must have been pretty thick with him," declared Riley. "Man, I'm Quade. Lowrie was my bunkie." He came close to Sinclair, raising an eager face. "How'd Lowrie go out?" "Pretty peaceful. Boots off. Everything comfortable." "He give you a message for me?" "Yep. About a gent called Sinclair. Hal Sinclair, I think it was." Immediately he turned his eyes away, as if he were striving to recollect accurately. Covertly he sent a side glance at Quade and found him scowling suspiciously. When he turned his head again, his eye was as clear as the eye of a child. "Yup," he said. "That was the name. Hal Sinclair." "What about Hal Sinclair?" asked Quade gruffly. "Seems like Sinclair was on Lowrie's conscience," said Riley in the same unperturbed voice. "You don't say so?" "I'll tell you what he told me. Maybe he was just raving, for he had a sort of fever before he went out. He said that you and him and Hal Sinclair and Bill Sanderson all went out prospecting. You got stuck clean out in the desert, Lowrie said, and you hit for water. Then Sinclair's horse busted his leg in a hole. The fall smashed up Sinclair's foot. The four of you went on, Sinclair riding one horse and the rest of you taking turns with a third one. Without water the hosses got weak, and you gents got pretty badly scared, Lowrie said. Finally, you and Sanderson figured that Sinclair had got to get off, but Sinclair couldn't walk. So the three of you made up your minds to leave him and make a dash for water. You got to water all right, and in 3 hours you went back for Sinclair. But he had given up hope and shot himself sooner than die of thirst, Lowrie said. The horrible story came slowly from the lips of Riley Sinclair. There was not the slightest emotion in his face until Quade rubbed his knuckles across his wet forehead. Then there was the faintest jutting out of Riley's jaw. "Lowrie was sure raving," said Quade. Sinclair looked carelessly down at the gray face of Quade. "I guess maybe he was, but what he asked me to say was, 'Hell is sure coming to what you boys done.'" "He thought about that might late," replied Quade. "Waited till he could shift the blame on me and Sanderson, eh? The hell with Lowrie." "Maybe he's there all right," said Sinclair, shrugging, "but I've got rid of the yarn anyway." "Are you going to spread that story around in Sour Creek?" asked Quade softly. "Me? Why? The story was told to me confidential by a gent that was about to go out." Riley's frank manner disarmed Quade in a measure. "Kind of queer, me running onto you like this, ain't it?" he went on. "Well, you're fixed up sort of comfortable up here. Nice little shack, partner. And I suppose you got a wife and kids and everything. Pretty lucky, I'd call you." Quade was glad of an opportunity to change the subject. "No wife yet," he said. "Living up here all alone?" "Sure. Why?" "Nothing. Thought maybe you'd find it sort of lonesome." Back to the dismissed subject Quade returned with the persistence of a guilty conscience. "Say," he said, "while we're talking about it, you don't happen to believe what Lowrie said?" "Lowrie was pretty sick. Maybe he was raving. So you're all alone up here? Nobody near?" His restless, impatient eye ran over the surroundings. There was not a soul in sight. The mountains were growing stark and black against the flush of the western sky. His glance fell back on Quade. "But how did Lowrie happen to die?" "He got shot." "Did a gang drop him?" "Nope, just one gent." "You don't say. But Lowrie was a pretty slick hand with a gun. Next to Bill Sanderson, the best I ever seen, almost. Somebody got the drop on him, eh?" "Nope, he killed himself." Quade gasped. "Suicide?" "Sure." "How come?" "I'll tell you how it was. He seen a gent coming. In fact, he looked out of the window of his hotel and seen Riley Sinclair, and he figured that Riley had come to get him for what happened to his brother, Hal. Lowrie got sort of excited, lost his nerve, and when the hotel keeper come upstairs, Lowrie thought it was Sinclair, and he didn't wait. He shot himself." "You seem to know a pile," said Quade thoughtfully. "Well, you see, I'm Riley Sinclair." Still he smiled, but Quade was as one who had seen a ghost. "I had to make sure that you was alone. I had to make sure that you was guilty. And you are, Quade. Don't do that." The hand of Quade slipped around the butt of his gun and clung there. "You ain't fit for a gunfight right now," went on Riley Sinclair slowly. "You're all shaking, Quade, and you couldn't hit the side of a mountain, let alone me. Wait a minute. Take your time. Get all settled down and wait till your hand stops shaking." Quade moistened his white lips and waited. "You give Hal plenty of time," resumed Riley Sinclair. "Since Lowrie told me that yarn I've been wondering how Hal felt when you and the other two left him alone. You know a gent can do some pretty stiff thinking before he makes up his mind to blow his head off." His tone was quite conversational. "Queer thing how I come to blunder into all this information, partner. I come into a room where Lowrie was. The minute he heard my name he figured I was after him on account of Hal. Up he comes with his gun like a flash. Afterward he told me all about it, and I give him a pretty fine funeral. I'll do the same by you, Quade. How you feeling now?" "Curse you!" exclaimed Quade. "Maybe I'm cursed, right enough, but, Quade, I'll let 'em burn me inch by inch in a fire before I'd quit a partner, a bunkie, in the desert. You hear? It's a queer thing that a gent could have much pleasure out of plugging another gent full of lead. I've had that pleasure once, and I'm going to have it again. I'm going to kill you, Quade, but I wish there was a slower way. Pull your gun." The last came out with a snap, and the revolver of Quade flicked out of its holster with a convulsive jerk of the big man's wrist. Yet the spit of fire came from Riley Sinclair's weapon, slipping smoothly into his hand. Quade did not fall. He stood with a bewildered expression, as a man trying to remember something hidden far in the past, and Sinclair fingered the butt of his gun lightly and waited. It was rather a crumbling than a fall. The big body literally slumped down into a heap. Sinclair reached down without dismounting and pulled the body over on its back. "Because," he exclaimed to what had been a strong man the moment before, "when the devil comes to you, I want the old boy to see your face, Quade. Get on, old boss." As he rode down the trail toward Sour Creek, he carefully and deftly cleaned his revolver and reloaded the empty chamber. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Rangeland Avenger by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Perhaps in the final analysis, Riley Sinclair would not be condemned for the death of Lowrie or the killing of Quade, but for singing on the trail to Sour Creek. And sing he did, his voice ringing from hill to hill, and the echoes barking back to him now and again. He was not silent until he came to Sour Creek. At the head of the long, winding, single street, he drew the mustang to a tired walk. It was a very peaceful moment in the little town. Yonder a dog barked and a coyote howled in answer far away, but aside from these, all other sounds were the happy noises of families at the end of a day. From every house they floated out to him, the clamor of children, the deep laughter of a man, the loud rattle of pans in the kitchen. "This ain't so bad," Riley Sinclair said aloud, and roused the mustang cruelly to a gallop, the hoofs of his mount splashing through inches of pungent dust. The heaviness of the gallop told him that his horse was plainly spent, and would not be capable of a long run before the morning. Riley Sinclair accepted the inevitable with a sigh. All his strong instincts cried out to find Sandersen, and, having found him, to shoot him and flee. Yet he had a sense of fatality connected with Sandersen. Lowrie's own conscience had betrayed him, and his craven fear had been his executioner. Quade had been shot in a fair fight, with not a soul near by. But at the third time Sinclair felt reasonably sure that his luck would fail him. The third time the world would be very apt to brand him with murder. It was a bad affair, and he wanted to get it done. This stay in Sour Creek was entirely against his will. Accordingly, He put the mustang in the stable behind the hotel, looked to his feed, and then went slowly back to get a room. He registered and went in silence up to his room. If there had been the need, he could have kept on riding for a 24-hour stretch. But the moment he found his journey interrupted, he flung himself on the bed, his arms thrown out crosswise, crucified with weariness. In the meantime, the proprietor returned to his desk to find a long, gaunt man leaning above the register, one brown finger tracing a name. "Looking for somebody, Sanderson?" he asked. "Know this gent Sinclair?" "Face looked kind of familiar to me," said the other, who had jerked his head up from the study of the register. "Somehow I don't tie that name up with the face." "Maybe not," said the proprietor. "Maybe he ain't Riley Sinclair of Colma. Maybe he's somebody else." "Traveling strange, you mean?" asked Sandersen. "I don't know, Bill, but he looks like a hard one. He's got one of them nervous right hands." "Gunfighter?" "I don't know. I'm not saying anything about what he is or what he ain't. But if a gent was to come in here and tell me a pretty strong yarn about Riley Sinclair, or whatever his name might be, I wouldn't incline to doubt it. Would you, Bill?" "Maybe I would and maybe I wouldn't," answered Bill Sandersen gloomily. He went out onto the veranda and squinted thoughtfully into the darkness. Bill Sandersen was worried, very worried. The moment he saw Sinclair enter the hotel, there had been a ghostly familiarity about the man, and he understood the reason for it as soon as he saw the name on the register. Sinclair. The name carried him back to the picture of the man who lay on his back, with the soft sands already half burying his body and the round purple blur in the center of his forehead. In a way, it was as if Hal Sinclair had come back to me in a new and more terrible form, come back as an Avenger. Bill Sandersen was not an evil man, and his sin against Hal Sinclair had its qualifying circumstances. At least, he had been only one of three, all of whom had concurred in the thing. He devoutly wished that the thing were to be done over again. He swore to himself that in such a case he would stick with his companion, no matter who deserted. But what had brought this Riley Sinclair all the way from Colma to Sour Creek, if it were not an errand of vengeance? A sense of guilt troubled the mind of Bill Sandersen, but the obvious thing was to find out the reason for Sinclair's presence in Sour Creek. Sandersen crossed the street to the newly installed telegraph office. He had one intimate friend in the far-off town of Colma, and to that friend he now addressed a telegram. "Rush back all news you have about man calling self Riley Sinclair of Colma. Over 6 feet tall. Weight 180. Complexion dark. Hard look." There was enough meat in that telegram to make the operator raise his head and glance with sharpened eyes at the patron. Bill Sandersen returned that glance with so much interest that the operator lowered his head again and made a mental oath that he would let the Westerners run the West. With that telegram working for him in far-off Colma, Bill Sandersen started out to gather what information he could in Sour Creek. He drifted from the blacksmith shop to the kitchen of Mrs. Mary Collison. Both of these brimming reservoirs of news that had this day run dry. Mrs. Collison vaguely remembered a Riley Sinclair, a man who had fought for the sheer love of fighting, a grim fellow. Peter Hanley, the blacksmith, had even less to say. He also, he averred, had heard of Riley Sinclair, a man of action, but could not remember in what sense. Vaguely he seemed to recall that there had been something about guns connected with the name of Riley Sinclair. Meager information on which to build, but having seen this man, Bill Sandersen said the less and thought the more. In a couple of hours he went back through the night to the telegraph office and found that his Colma friend had been unbelievably prompt. The telegram had been sent collect, and Bill Sanderson groaned as he paid the bill. But when he opened the telegram, he did not begrudge the money. Riley Sinclair is harder than he looks, but absolutely honest and will pay fairer than anybody. Avoid all trouble. Trust his word, but not his temper. Gunfighter, but not a bully. By the way, your pal Lowrie shot himself last week. The long fingers of Bill Sanderson slowly gathered the telegram into a ball and crushed it against the palm of his hand. That ball he presently unraveled to reread the telegram. He studied it word by word. Absolutely honest. It made Sanderson wish to go straight to the gunfighter, put his cards on the table, confess what he had done to Sinclair's brother, and then express his sorrow. Then he remembered the cruel, lean face of Sinclair and the impatient eyes. He would probably be shot before he had half finished his story of the gruesome trip through the desert. Already Lowrie was dead. Even a child could have put two and two together and seen that Sinclair had come to Sour Creek on a mission of vengeance. Sanderson was himself a fighter, and being a fighter, he knew that in Riley Sinclair he would meet the better man. But two good men were better than one, even if the one were an expert. Sanderson went straight to the barn behind his shack, saddled his horse, and spurred out along the north road to Quade's house. Once warned, they would be doubly armed, and standing back to back, they could safely defy the marauder from the north. There was no light in Quade's house, but there was just a chance that the owner had gone to bed early. Bill Sanderson dismounted to find out, and dismounting, he stumbled across a soft, inert mass in the path. A moment later he was on his knees, and the flame of the sulphur match sputtered a blue light into the dead face of Quade, staring up to the stars. Bill Sanderson remained there until the match singed his fingertips. All doubt was gone now. Lowrie and Quade were both gone, and he, Sanderson, alone remained, the third and last of the guilty. His first strong impulse, after his agitation had diminished to such a point that he was able to think clearly again, was to flee headlong into the night and keep on changing horses at every town he reached until he was over the mountains and buried in the shifting masses of life in some great city. And then he recalled Riley Sinclair, lean and long as a hound. Such a man would be terrible on the trail, tireless certainly. Besides, there was a horror of flight, almost more awful than the immediate fear of death. Once he turned his back to flee from Riley Sinclair, the gunfighter would become a nightmare that would haunt him the rest of his life. No matter where he fled, every footstep behind him would be the footfall of Riley Sinclair, and behind every closed door would stand the same ominous figure. On the other hand, if he went back and faced Sinclair, he might reduce the nightmare to a mere creature of flesh and blood. Sanderson resolved to take the second step. In one way his hands were tied. He could not accuse Sinclair of this killing without in the first place exposing the tale of how Riley's brother was abandoned in the desert by three strong men who had been his bunkies. And that story, Sanderson knew, would condemn him to worse than death in the mountain desert. He would be loathed and scorned from one end of the cattle country to the other. All these things went through his head as he jogged his mustang back down the hill. He turned in at Mason's place. All at once he recalled that he was not acting normally. He had just come from seeing the dead body of his best friend, and yet so mortal was his concern for his own safety that he felt not the slightest touch of grief or horror for dead Quade. He had literally to grip his hands and rouse himself to a pitch of semi-hysteria. Then he spurred his horse down the path, flung himself with a shout out of the saddle, cast open the door of the house without a preliminary knock, and rushed into the room. "Murder!" shouted Bill Sandersen. "Quade is killed!" Chapter 5 of the Rangeland Avenger by Max Brand. Recording is in the public domain. Who killed Quade? That was the question asked with a quiet deadliness by 6 men in Sour Creek. It had been Buck Mason's idea to keep the whole affair still. It was very possible that the slayer was still in the environs of Sour Creek, and in that case much noise would simply serve to frighten him away. It was also Buck's idea that they should gather a few known men to weigh the situation. Every one of the 6 men who answered the summons was an adept with fists or guns, as the need might be. Every one of them had proved that he had a level head. Every one of them was a respected citizen. Sandersen was one. Stocky Buck Mason, carrying 200 pounds close to the ground, massive of hand and jaw, was a second. After that, their choice had fallen on Judge Lodge. The judge wore spectacles and had a judicial air. He had a keen eye for cows and was rather a sharper in horse trades. He gave his costume a semi-official air by wearing a necktie instead of a bandana, even at a roundup. The glasses, the necktie, and his little solemn pauses before he delivered an opinion had given his nickname. Then came Denver Jim, a very little man with nervous hands and remarkable steady eyes. He had punched cows over those ranges for 10 years, and his experience had made him a wildcat in a fight. Oscar Larsen was a huge Swede with a perpetual and foolish grin. Sour Creek had laughed at Oscar for 5 years, considered him dubiously for 5 years more, and then suddenly admitted him as a man among men. He was stronger than Buck Mason, quicker than Denver Jim, and shrewder than the judge. Last of all came Montana. He had a long, sad face, prodigious ability to stow away red eye, and a nature as simple and kind and honest as a child's. These were the 6 men who gathered about and stared at the center of the floor. Something, they agreed, had to be done. "First it was old man Collins. That was 2 years back," said Judge Lodge. "You boys remember how Collins went. Then there was the drifter that was plugged 8 months ago. And now it's Ollie Quade. Gents, 3 murders in 2 years is too much. Sour Creek'll get a name. The bad ones will begin to drop in on us and use us for headquarters. We've got to make an example. We never got the ones that shot Collins or the drifter. And since Quade has been plugged, we've got to hang somebody. Ain't that straight?" "We got to hang somebody," said Denver Jim. "The point is, who?" His keen eyes went slowly, hungrily, from face to face, as if he would not have greatly objected to picking one of his companions in that very room. "Is there any strangers in town?" asked Larsen, with his peculiar, foolish grin. Sandersen stirred in his chair. His heart leaped. "There's a gent named Riley Sinclair nobody ain't never seen before." "When did he come in?" "Along about dark." "That's the right time for us. You found Quade a long time dead, Bill." Sandersen swallowed. In his joy he could have embraced Larsen. "What will we do?" "Go talk to Sinclair," said Larsen and rose. "I got a rope." "He's a dangerous looking gent," declared Sandersen. Larsen replied mildly, "Mostly they're a pile more interesting when they're dangerous. Come on, boys." It had been well after midnight when Mason and Sandersen got back to Sour Creek. The gathering of the posse had required much time. Now, as they filed out to the hotel, to the east the mountains were beginning to roll up out of the night, and one cloud, far away and high in the sky, was turning pink. They found the hotel wakening even at this early hour. At least the Chinese cook was rattling in the kitchen as he built the fire. When the six reached the door of Sinclair's room, stepping lightly, they heard the occupant singing softly to himself. "Early riser," whispered Denver Jim. "Too early to be honest," replied Judge Lodge. Larsen raised one of his great hands and imposed an absolute silence. Then, stepping with astonishing softness, considering his bulk, he approached the door of Sinclair's room. Into his left hand slid his .45, and instantly 5 guns glinted in the hands of the others. With equal caution they ranged themselves behind the big Swede. The latter glanced over his shoulder, made sure that everything was in readiness, and then kicked the door violently open. Riley Sinclair was sitting on the side of his bed, tugging on a pair of riding boots and singing a hushed song. He interrupted himself long enough to look up into the muzzle of Larsen's gun. Then, deliberately, he finished drawing on the boot, singing while he did so, and still deliberately rose and stamped his feet home in the leather. Next he dropped his hands on his hips and considered the posse gravely. "Always heard tell how Sour Creek was a fine town, but I didn't know they turned out reception committees before sunup. How are you, boys? Want my roll?" Larsen, as one who scorned to take a flying start on any man, dropped his weapon back in its holster. Sinclair's own gun and cartridge belt hang on the wall at the foot of the bed. "That sounds too cool to be straight," said the judge soberly. "Sinclair, I figure you know why we want you." "I dunno, gents," said Sinclair, who grew more and more cheerful in the face of these 6 pairs of grim eyes. "But I'm sure obliged to the gent that give me the send off. What d'you want?" Drawing into the background, Larsen said, "Open up on 'em, Judge. Start the questions." But Sandersen was of no mind to let the slow-moving mind of the judge handle this affair which was so vital to him. If Riley Sinclair did not hang, Sandersen himself was instantly placed in peril of his life. He stepped in front of Sinclair and thrust out his long arm. "You killed Quade." Riley Sinclair rubbed his chin thoughtfully, looking past his accuser. "I don't think so," he said at length. "You don't think so? Don't you know?" "They was 2 Mexicans jumped me once. One of them was called Pedro. Maybe the other was Quade. That who you talking about?" "You can't talk yourself out of it, Sinclair," said Denver Jim. "We mean business, real business. You'll find out." "This here is a necktie party, maybe?" asked Riley Sinclair. "It is, partner," said big Larsen with his continual smile. "Sinclair, you come over the mountains," went on Sandersen. "You come to find Quade. You ride down off'n the hills and you come up to Quade's house. You call him out to talk to you. You're sitting on your horse. All at once you snatch out a gun and shoot Quade down. We know. That bullet ranged down. It was shot from above him. Plain murder. Didn't have a chance." Throwing out his facts, he saw them one by one. There was a ring of conviction in his voice. The 6 accusing faces grew hard and set. Then, to their astonishment, they saw that Sinclair was smiling. "He don't no ways take us serious, gents," declared the judge. "Let's take him out and see if a rope means anything to him. Sinclair, do you figure this is a game with us?" Riley Sinclair chuckled. "Gents," he said easily, "you come here all het up. You want a pile of action, but you ain't going to get it off of me, not a bit. I'll tell you why. You gents are straight, and you know straight talk when you hear it. This dead man, what's his name, Quade, was killed by a gent that had a reason for killing him. Wanted to get Quade's money, or there was an old grudge. But what could my reason be for wanting to bump off Quade? Can any of you figure that out? There's my things. Look through 'em and see if I got Quade's money. Maybe you think it's a grudge, gents. I give you my word.
that I've never been in this country before this trip. How could there be any grudge between me and Quade? Is that sense? Then talk sense back to me." His mirth had disappeared halfway through his speech, and in the latter part of it his voice rang sternly. Moreover, he looked them in the eye, one by one. All of this was noted by Sandersen. He saw suddenly and clearly that he had lost. They would not hang this man by hearsay evidence or by chance presumption. Sinclair would go free. And if Sinclair went free, there would be short shrift for Bill Sandersen. For a moment he felt his destiny wavering back and forth on a needle point. Then he flung himself into a new course, diametrically opposed to the other. "Boys, it was me that started this, and I want to be the first to admit it's a cold trail. Men have been hung with less agin' them than we got agin' Sinclair. We know when Quade must have been killed. We know it tallies pretty close with the time when Sinclair rode down the same trail, because that was the way he rode into Sour Creek. But no matter how facts look, nobody seen that shooting. And I say this gent Sinclair ain't any murderer. Look him over, boys. He's clean, and I register a vote for him. What do you say? No matter what the rest of you figure, I'm going to shake hands with him. I like his style." He had turned his back on Riley while he spoke, but now he whirled and thrust out his hand. The fingers of Sinclair closed slowly over the proffered hand. "When it comes to the names, partner, seems like you got an edge over me." "Have I? I'm Sandersen. Glad to know you, Sinclair." "Sandersen," repeated the stranger slowly. "Sandersen." Letting his fingers fall away nervelessly from the hand of the other, he sighed deeply. Sandersen, with a side glance, followed every change of expression in that hard face. How could Sinclair attack a man who had just defended him from a terrible charge? It could not be, for the moment at least. Sandersen felt he was safe. In the future many things might happen. At the very least, he had gained a priceless postponement of the catastrophe. "Them that do me a good turn is writ down in red," Sinclair was saying. "And them that step on my toes is writ down the same way. Sandersen, I got an idea, for one reason or another, I ain't going to forget you in a hurry." There was a grim double meaning in that speech which Sandersen alone could understand. The others of the self-appointed posse had apparently made up their minds that Sandersen was right, and that this was a cold trail. "It's like Sinclair says," admitted the judge. "We got to find a gent that had a reason for wishing to have Quade die. Where's the man?" "Hunt for the reason first and find the man afterward," said big Larsen, still smiling. "All right. Did anybody owe Quade money? Anybody Quade was pressing for it?" It was the judge who advanced the argument in this solemn and dry form. Denver Jim declared that to his personal knowledge Quade had neither borrowed nor loaned. "Well, then, had Quade ever made many enemies? We know Quade was a fighter. Recollect any gents that might hold grudges?" "Young Penny hated the ground he walked on. Quade beat Penny to a pulp down by the Perkin water hole." "Penny wouldn't do a murder." "Maybe it was a fair fight," broke in Larsen. "Fair nothing," said Buck Mason. "Don't we all know that Quade was fast with a gun? He barely had it out of his hand when the other gent drilled him, and he was shot from above. No, sir, the way it happened was something like this. The murdering skunk sat on his horse saying good bye to Quade, and while they was shaking hands or something like that, he goes for his gun and plugs Quade. Maybe it was a gent that knew he didn't have a chance against Quade. Maybe..." He broke off short in his deductions and smote his hands together with a tremendous oath. "Boys, I got it. It's Cold Feet that done the job. It's Gaspar that's done it." They stared at Buck vaguely. "Mason, Cold Feet ain't got the nerve to shoot a rabbit. Not in a fight. This was murder. What's the schoolteacher's reason? Don't he love Sally Bent? Didn't Quade love her? He raised his voice. I'm a big fool for forgetting. Didn't I see him ride over the hill to Quade's place and come back in the evening? Didn't I see it? Why else would he have called on Quade? There was a round chorus of oaths and exclamations. The poisonous little skunk, it's him. We'll string him up. With a rush they started for the door. Wait, called Riley Sinclair. Bill Sandersen watched him with a keen eye. He had studied the face of the big man from up north all during the scene, and he found the stern features unreadable. For one instant now he guessed that Sinclair was about to confess. "If you don't mind 7 in one party," said Riley Sinclair, "I think I'll go along to see justice done. You see, I got a sort of second-hand interest in this necktie party." Mason clapped him on the shoulder. "You're just the sort of gent we need," he declared. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Rangeland Avenger by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Down in the kitchen they demanded a loaf of bread and some coffee from the Chinese cook, and then the 7 dealers of justice took horse and turned into the silence of the long mountain trail. The sunrise had picked those mountains out of the night, directly above Sour Creek. Riley Sinclair regarded them with a longing eye. That was his country. A man could see up there. He could see the truth. Down here in the valley, everything was askew. Men lived blindly and did blind things, like this justice which the 6 riders were bringing on an innocent man. Not by any means had Riley decided what he would do. If he confessed the truth, he would not only have a man-sized job of trying to escape from the posse, but he would have to flee before he had a chance to deal finally with Sandersen. Chiefly he wanted time. He wanted a chance to study Sandersen. The fellow had spoken for him like a man, but Sinclair was suspicious. In his quandary, he turned to sad-faced Montana and asked, "Who's this gent you call Cold Feet?" "He's a tenderfoot," declared Montana, "and he's queer. He's yellow, they say, and that's why they call him Cold Feet. Besides, he teaches the school. Where's there a real man that would do a schoolmarm's work? Living or dying, he ain't much good. You can lay to that." Sinclair was comforted by this speech. Perhaps the schoolteacher was, as Montana stated, not much good, dead or alive. Sinclair had known many men whose lives were not worth an ounce of powder. In this case he would let Cold Feet be hanged. It was a conclusion sufficiently grim, but Riley Sinclair was admittedly a grim man. He had lived for himself. He had worked for himself. On his younger brother Hal he had wasted all the better and tender side of his nature. For Hal's education and advantage he had sweated and saved for a long time. With the death of Hal, the better side of Riley Sinclair died. The horses sweated up a rise of ground. "For a schoolteacher, he lives sort of far out of town, I figure," said Riley Sinclair. "That's on account of Sally Bent," answered Denver Jim. "Sally and her brother got a shack out this way, and Cold Feet boards with 'em." "Sally Bent? That's an old maidish sounding name." Denver Jim grinned broadly. "Tolerable," he said. "Just tolerable old maidish sounding." When they reached the top of the knoll the horses paused, as if by common assent. Now they stood with their heads bowed, sullen, tired already, steam going up from them in the cool of the morning. "There it is." It was as comfortably placed a house as Riley Sinclair had ever seen. The mountain came down out of the sky in ragged, uneven steps. Here it dipped away into a lap of quite level ground. A stream of spring water flashed across that little tableland, dark in the shadow of the big trees, silver in the sunlight. At the back of the natural clearing was the cabin, built solidly of logs. Wood, water, and a commanding position for defense. Riley Sinclair ran his eye appreciatively over these advantages. "My guns, I forgot Sally!" exclaimed the massive Buck Mason. "Is that her?" asked Riley Sinclair. A woman had come out of the shadow of a tree and stood over the edge of the stream, a bucket in her hand. At that distance it was quite impossible to make out her features, although Riley Sinclair found himself squinting and peering to make them out. She had on something white over her head and neck, and her dress was the faded blue of old gingham. Then the wind struck her dress, and it seemed to lift the girl in its current. "I forgot Sally Bent." "What difference does she make?" asked Riley. "You don't know her, stranger." "And she won't know us. Got anything for masks?" "I'm sure a Roman-nosed fool," declared Mason. "Of course we got to wear masks." The girl's pail flashed as she raised it up from the stream and dissolved into the shadow of a big tree. "She don't seem no ways interested in this here party," remarked Riley. "That's her way," said Denver Jim, arranging his bandana to mask the lower part of his face from the bridge of his nose down. "She'll show plenty of interest when it comes to a pinch." Riley adjusted his own mask, and he did it thoroughly. Out of his vest he ripped a section of black lining, and having cut eye holes, he fastened the upper edge of the cloth under the brim of his hat, and tied the loose ends behind his head. Red, white, blue, black, and polka dot was that quaint array of masks. Having completed his arrangements, Larsen started on at a lope, and the rest of the party followed in a lurching, loose-formed wedge. At the edge of the little tableland, Larsen drew down his mount to a walk and turned in the saddle. "Quick work, no talk and a getaway," he said as he swung down to the ground. In the crisis of action the big Swede seemed to be accorded the place of leader by natural right. The others imitated his example silently. Before they reached the door, Larsen turned again. "Watch Jerry Bent," he said softly. "You watch him, Denver, and you, Sanderson. Me and Buck will take care of Cold Feet. He may fight like a rat. That's the way with a coward when he gets cornered." Then he strode toward the door. "How thick is Sally Bent with this school teaching gent?" asked Riley Sinclair of Mason. "I don't know. Nobody knows. Sally keeps her thinking to herself." Larsen kicked open the door and at the same moment drew his six-shooter. The example was also imitated by the rest, with the exception of Riley Sinclair. He hung in the background, watching. "Gaspar!" called Larsen. There was a voice of answer, a man's thin voice, then the sharp cry of a girl from the interior of the house. Sinclair heard a flurry of skirts. "Hysterics now," he said into his mask. She sprang into the doorway, her hands holding the jamb on either side. In her haste, the big white handkerchief around her throat had been twisted awry. Sinclair looked over the heads of Mason and Denver Jim into the sun-tanned face that had now paled into a delicate olive color. Her very lips were pale, and her great black eyes were flashing at them. She seemed more a picture of rage than hysterical fear. "Why for?" she asked. "What are you all here for in masks, boys? What d'you mean calling for Gaspar? What's he done?" In a moment of waiting, Larsen cleared his throat solemnly. "It'd be best we tell Gaspar direct what we're here for." This seemed to tell her everything. "Oh," she gasped, "you're not really after him?" "Lady, we sure be." "But Jig, he wouldn't hurt a mouse. He couldn't." "Sally, he's done a murder." "No, no, no!" "Sally, will you stand out of the door?" "It ain't it ain't a lynching party, boys. Oh, you fools, you'll hang for it, every one of you." Sinclair confided to Buck Mason beside him. "Larsen is letting her talk down to him. She'll spoil this here party." "We're the voice of justice," said Judge Lodge pompously. "We ain't got any other names. They wouldn't be nothing to hang." "Don't you suppose I know you?" asked the girl, stiffening to her full height. "Do you think those fool masks mean anything? I can tell you by your little eyes, Denver Jim." Denver cringed suddenly behind the man before him. "I know you by that roan horse of yours, Oscar Larsen. Judge Lodge, there ain't nobody but you that talks about justice and voices. Buck Mason, I could tell you by your build a mile off. Montana, you ought to have masked your neck and your Adam's apple sooner'n your face. And you're Bill Sandersen. There ain't any other man in these parts that stands on one heel and points his off toe like a horse with a sore leg. I know you all, and if you touch a hair on Jig's head, I'll have you in court for murder. You hear, murder. I'll have you hung, every man jack." She had lowered her voice for the last part of this speech. Now she made a sweeping gesture, closing her hands as if she clutched their destinies in the palm of her hand and could throw it into their faces. "You all climb right back on your horses and feed 'em the spur." They stood amazed, shifting from foot to foot, exchanging miserable glances. She began to laugh. Mysterious lights danced and twinkled in her eyes. The laughter chimed away into words grown suddenly gentle, suddenly friendly. Such a voice Riley Sinclair had never heard. It walked into a man's heart, breaking the lock. "Why, Buck Mason, you of all men to be mixed up in a deal like this. And you, Oscar Larsen, after you and me had talked like partners so many a time. Denver Jim, we'll have a good laugh about this necktie party later on. Why, boys, you all know that Jig ain't guilty of no harm." "Sally," said the wretched Denver Jim, "things seem to be sort of pointing to a..." There was a growl from the rear of the party, and Riley Sinclair strode to the front and faced the girl. "There's a gent charged with murder inside," he said. "Stand off, girl. You're in the way." Before she answered him, her teeth glinted. If she had been a man, she would have struck him in the face. He saw that, and it pleased him. "Stranger," she said deliberately, making sure that everyone in the party should hear her words, "what you need is to stay around Sour Creek long enough for the boys to teach you how to talk to a lady." "Honey," replied Riley Sinclair with provoking calm, "you sure put up a tidy bluff. Maybe you'd tell a judge that you knowed all these gents behind their masks, but they wouldn't be no way you could prove it." A stir behind him was ample assurance that this simple point had escaped the cowpunchers. All the soul of the girl stood up in her eyes and hated Riley Sinclair, and again he was pleased. It was not that he wished to bring the schoolteacher to trouble, but it had angered him to see one girl balk 7 grown men. "Stand aside," said Riley Sinclair. "Not an inch." "Lady, I'll move you." "Stranger, if you touch me, you'll be taught better. The gents in Sour Creek don't stand for such like ways." Before the appeal to chivalry of Sour Creek was out of her lips, smoothly and swiftly the hands of Sinclair settled around her elbows. She was lifted lightly into the air and deposited to one side of the doorway. Her cry rang in the ears of Riley Sinclair. Then her hand flashed up and the mask was torn from his face. "I'll remember. Oh, if I have to wait 20 years, I'll remember." "Look me over careful, lady. Today's most likely the last time you'll see me," declared Riley, gazing straight into her eyes. A hand touched his arm. "Stranger, no rough play." Riley Sinclair whirled with whiplash suddenness, and chopping the edge of his hand downward, struck away the arm of Larsen, paralyzing the nerves with the same blow. "Hands off," said Sinclair. The girl's clear voice rang again in his ear. "Thank you, Oscar Larsen. I sure know my friends and the gentlemen." She was pouring oil on the fire. She would have a feud blazing in a moment. With all his heart Riley Sinclair admired her dexterity. He drew the posse back to the work in hand by stepping into the doorway and calling, "Hey, Gaspar!" End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Rangeland Avenger by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "He's right, Larsen, and you're wrong," Buck Mason said. "She had us buffaloed, and he pulled us clear. Steady, boys. There ain't no harm done to Sally." "Oh, Buck, is that the sort of friend of mine you are?" "I'm sorry, Sally." Sinclair gave this argument only a small part of his attention. He found himself looking over a large room which was, he thought, one of the most comfortable he had ever seen, outside of pictures. At the farther end a great fireplace filled the width of the room. The inside of the log walls had been carefully and smoothly finished by some master axman. There were plenty of chairs, homemade and very comfortable with cushions. A little organ stood against the wall to one side. No wonder the schoolteacher had chosen this for his boarding place. Riley made his voice larger. "Gaspar!" Then a door opened slowly while Sinclair dropped his hand on the butt of his gun and waited. The door moved again. A head appeared and observed him. "Pronto," declared Riley Sinclair, and a little man slipped into full view. He was a full span shorter, Riley felt, than a man had any right to be. Moreover, he was too delicately made. He had a head of bright blond hair, thick and rather on end. The face was thin and handsome, and the eyes impressed Riley as being at once both bright and weary. He was wearing a dressing gown, the first Riley had ever seen. "Get your hands out of those pockets," he emphasized the command with a jerk of his gun hand, and the arms of the schoolteacher flew up over his head. Lean, fragile hands Riley saw them to be, although it was the most disgustingly inefficient piece of manhood he had ever seen. "Slide out here, Gaspar. There's some gents here that wants to look you over." The voice that answered him was pitched so low as to be almost unintelligible. "What do they want?" "Step lively, friend. They want to see a gent that lets a woman do his fighting for him." He had dropped his gun contemptuously back into its holster. Now he waved the schoolteacher to the door with his bare hands. Gaspar sidled past as if a loaded gun were about to explode in his direction. He reached the door, his arms still held stiffly above his head, but at the sight of the masked faces, one arm dropped to his side and the other fell across his face. He slumped against the side of the door with a moan. It was Judge Lodge who broke the silence. "Guilty, boys. Ain't one look at the skunk enough to prove it?" "Make it all fair and legal, gents," broke in Larsen. Buck Mason strode straight up to the prisoner. "Was you over at Quade's house yesterday evening?" The other shrank away from the extended, pointing arm. "Yes," he stammered. I what does this all mean?" Mason whirled on his companions, still pointing to the schoolmaster. "Take a slant at him, boys. Can't you read it in his face?" There was a deep, humming murmur of approval. Then, without a word, Mason took one of Gaspar's arms and Montana took the other. Sally Bent ran toward them with a cry, but the long arm of Riley Sinclair barred her way. "Man's work," he said coldly. "You go inside and cover your head." She turned to them with extended hands. "Buck, Montana, Larsen, boys, you all ain't going to let it happen. He couldn't have done it." They lowered their heads and returned no answer. At that she whirled with a sob and ran back into the house. The procession moved on, Buck and Montana in the lead, with the prisoner between them. The others followed, Judge Lodge uncoiling a horribly significant rope. Last of all came Bill Sandersen, never taking his eyes from the face of Riley Sinclair. The latter was thoughtful, very thoughtful, He seemed to feel the eyes of Sandersen upon him, for presently he turned to the other. "What good's a coward to the world, Sandersen?" "None that I could see." "Well, look at that. Ever seen anything more yaller?" Gaspar walked between his two guards. Rather, he was dragged between them, his feet trailing weakly and aimlessly behind him, his whole body sinking with flabby terror. The stern lip of Riley Sinclair curled. "He's going to let it go through," said Sandersen to himself. "After all, nobody can blame him. He couldn't put his own neck in the noose." Over the lowest limb of a great cottonwood Judge Lodge accurately flung the rope so that the noose dangled a significant distance from the ground. There was a businesslike stir among the others. Denver, Larsen, the judge, and Sandersen held the free end of the rope. Buck Mason tied the hands of the prisoner behind him. Montana spoke calmly through his mask. "Jig, you sure done a rotten bad thing. You oughtn't have killed him, Jig. These here killings has got to stop. We ain't hanging you for spite, but to make an example." Then with dexterous hand he fitted the noose around the neck of the schoolteacher. As the rough rope grated against Gaspar's throat, he shrieked and jerked against the rope end that bound his hands. Then, as if he realized that struggling would not help him, and that only speech could give him a chance for life, he checked the cry of horror and looked around him. His glances fell on the grim masks, and it was only natural that he should address himself to the only uncovered face he saw. "Sir," he said to Riley in a rapid, trembling voice, "you look to me like an honest man. Give me time to speak." "Make it pronto," said Riley Sinclair coldly. The four waited, with their hands settled high up on the rope, ready for the tug which would swing Gaspar halfway to his maker. "We're kind of pushed for time ourselves," said Riley, "so hurry it on, Gaspar." Bill Sandersen was a cold man, but such unbelievable heartlessness chilled him. Into his mind rushed the temptation suddenly to denounce the real slayer before them all. He checked that temptation. In the first place, it would be impossible to convince five men who had already made up their minds, who had already acquitted Sinclair of the guilt. In the second place, if he succeeded in convincing them, there would be an instant gunplay, and the first man to come under Sinclair's fire, he knew well enough, would be himself. He drew a long breath and waited. "Good friends, gentlemen," Gaspar was saying. "I don't even know what you accuse me of. Kill a man? Why should I wish to kill a man? You know I'm not a fighter. Gentlemen." "Jig," cut in Buck Mason, "you was as good as seen to murder. You're going to hang. If you got anything to say, make a confession." Gaspar attempted to throw himself on his knees, but his weight struck against the rope. He staggered back to his feet, struggling for breath. "For mercy's sake," began Gaspar. "Cut it short, boys," cried Buck Mason. "Up with him." The four men at the rope reached a little higher and settled their grips. In another moment Gaspar would dangle in the air. Now Riley Sinclair made his decision. The agonized eyes of the condemned man, wide with animal terror, were fixed on his face. Sinclair raised his hand. "Wait!" The arms, growing tense for the jerk, relaxed. "How long's this going to be dragged out?" asked the judge in disgust. "The worst lynching I've ever seen, that's what I call it. There ain't no justice in it. It's just plain torture." "Partner," declared Riley Sinclair, "I'm sure glad to see that you got a good appetite for a killing. But it's just come home to me that in spite of everything, this here gent might be innocent. And if he is, heaven help our souls, we're done for." "Bless you for that!" exclaimed Gaspar. "Shut up," said Sinclair. "No matter what you done, you deserve hanging for being yaller. But concerning this here matter, gents, it looks to me like it'd be a pretty good idea to have a fair and square trial for Gaspar." "Trial?" asked Buck Mason. "Don't we all know what trials end up with? Law ain't no good except to give lawyers a living." "Never was a truer thing said," declared Sinclair. "All I mean is that you and me and the rest of us run a trial for ourselves. Let's get in the evidence and hear the witness and make out the case. If we decide they ain't enough agin' Gaspar to hang him, then let him go. If we decide to stretch him up, we'll feel a pile better about it and nearer to the truth." He went on steadily in spite of the groans of disapproval on every side. "Why, this is all laid out natural for a court room. That there stump is for the judge, and the black rock yonder is where the prisoner sits. That there natural bench of grass is where the jury sits. Gents, could anything be handier for a trial than this layout?" To the theory of the thing they had been entirely unresponsive, but to the chance to play a game, and a new game, they responded instantly. "Besides," said Judge Lodge, "I'll act as the judge. I know something about the law." "No, you won't," declared Riley. "I thought up this little party, and I'm going to run it." Then he stepped to the stump and sat down on it. Chapter 8 of the Rangeland Avenger by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Denver Jim was already heartily in the spirit of the thing. "Sit down on that black rock, Jig," he said, taking Gaspar to the designated stone as he spoke, and removing the noose from the latter's neck. "Black is a sign you're going to swing in the end. Just a trifling postponement, that's all." Riley placated the judge with his first appointment. "Judge Lodge," he said, "you know a pile about these here things. I appoint you clerk. It's your duty to take out that little notebook you got in your vest pocket and write down a note for the important things that's said. Savvy?" "Right," replied Lodge, entirely won over, and he settled himself on the grass with the notebook on his knee and a stub of pencil poised over it. "Larsen, you're sergeant at arms." "How do you mean that, Sinclair?" "That's what they call them that keep order. I disremember where I heard it. Larsen, if anybody starts raising a rumpus, it's up to you to shut 'em up." "I'll sure do it," declared Larsen. "You can sure leave that to me, Judge." He hoisted his gun belt around so that the gun butt hung more forward and readier to his hand. "Denver, you're the jailer. You see that the prisoner don't get away. Keep an eye on him, you see?" "Easy, Judge," replied Denver. "I can do it with one hand." "Montana, you keep the door." "What do you mean, door, Judge?" "Ain't you got no imagination whatever?" demanded Sinclair. "You keep the door. When I holler for a witness, you go and get 'em. And Sandersen, you're the hangman. Take charge of that rope." "That ain't such an agreeable job, Your Honor." "Neither is mine. Go ahead." Sandersen, glowering, gathered up the rope and draped it over his arm. "Buck Mason, you're the jury. Sit down there over on your bench, will you? This here court being kind of short-handed, you've got to do 12 men's work. If it's too much for you, the rest of us will help out." "Your Honor," declared Buck, much impressed, "I'll sure do my best." "The jury's job," explained Sandersen, "is to listen to everything and not say nothing, but think all the time. You'll do your talking in one little bunch when you say guilty or not guilty. Now we're ready to start. Gaspar, stand up." Denver Jim officiously dragged the schoolteacher to his feet. "What's your name?" "Name?" asked the bewildered Gaspar. "Why, everybody knows my name." "Don't make any difference," announced Sinclair. "This is going to be a strictly regular hanging, with no frills left marabout's your name." "John Irving Gaspar." "Called Jig for short, and sometimes Cold Feet," put in the clerk. Sinclair cleared his throat. "John Irving Gaspar, alias Jig, alias Cold Feet. Do you know what we got against you? You know what you're charged with?" with an absurd thing, sir." "Murder," said Sinclair solemnly. "Murder, Jig. What do you say? Guilty or not guilty? Most generally you'd say not guilty." "Not guilty. Absolutely not guilty. As a matter of fact, Mr. Sinclair " "Denver, shut him up and make him sit down." One hard brown hand was clamped over Jig's mouth. The other thrust him back on the black rock. "Gentlemen of the jury," said his honor, "you've heard the prisoner say he didn't do it. Now we'll get down to the truth of it. What's the witnesses for the prosecution got to say?" There was a pause for consideration. "Speak up pronto," said Sinclair. "Anybody know anything agin' the prisoner?" Larsen stepped forward. "Your honor, it's pretty generally known." "I don't give a doggone for what's generally known. What do you know?" The Swede's smile did not alter in the slightest, but his voice became blunter, more acrid. From that moment he made up his mind firmly that he wanted to see John Irving Gaspar, otherwise Jig, hanged from the cottonwood tree above them. "I was over to Shorty Lander's store the other day." His honor raised his hand in weary protest as he smiled apologetically at the court. "Darned if I didn't plumb forget one thing," he said. "We've got to swear in these witnesses before they can chatter. Is there anybody got a Bible around 'em? Nope. Montana, I wish you'd lope over to that house and see what they got in the line of Bibles." Montana strode away in the direction of the house, and quiet fell over the unique courtroom. Larsen, so pleasant of face and so unbending of heart, was the first to speak. "Looks to me, gents, like we're wasting a lot of time on a rat." The blond head of Cold Feet turned, and his large dark eyes rested without expression upon the face of the Swede. He seemed almost literally to fold his hands and await the result of his trial. The illusion was so complete that even Riley Sinclair began to feel that the prisoner might be guilty of an act which he himself had done. The opportunity was indeed too perfect to be dismissed without consideration. It was in his power, definitely, to put the blame on another man. Then he could remain in this community as long as he wished to work his will upon Sandersen. Sandersen himself was a great problem. If Bill had spoken up in good faith to save Sinclair from the posse that morning, then Riley felt he was disarmed. But a profound suspicion remained with him that Sandersen guessed his mission and was purposely trying to brush away the wrath of the Avenger. It would take time to discover the truth, but to secure that time it was necessary to settle the blame for the killing. Cold Feet was a futile, weak-handed little coward. In the stern scheme of Sinclair's life, the death of such a man was almost less than nothing. "Wasting a lot of time on a rat." The voice of Larsen fell agreeably on the ear of his honor. Behind that voice came a faraway murmur, the scream of a hawk. He bent his head back and looked up through the limbs of the cottonwood into the pale blue-white haze of the morning sky. A speck drifted across it, the hawk sailing in search of prey. Under the noble arch of heaven floated that fierce, malignant creature. Riley Sinclair lowered his head with a sigh. Was not he himself playing the part of the hawk? He looked straight into the eyes of the prisoner, and Jig met the gaze without flinching. He merely smiled in an apologetic manner, and he made a little gesture with his right hand as if to admit that he was helpless, and that he cast himself upon the goodwill of Riley Sinclair. Riley jerked his head to one side and scowled. He hated that appeal. He wanted this hanging to be the work of 7 men, not of one. Montana returned, bringing with him a yellow-covered, red-backed book. "There wasn't a sign of a Bible in the house," he stated, "but I found this here history of the United States with the Declaration of Independence pasted into the back of it. I figured that ought to do about as well as a Bible." "You've got a good head, Montana," said his honor. open up to that there declaration. Here, Larsen, put your hand on this and swear you're telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They ain't going to be any bum testimony taken in this court. We ain't going to railroad this lynching through." He caught a glistening light of gratitude in the eyes of the schoolteacher. Riley's own breast swelled with a sense of virtue. He had never before taken the life of a helpless man, and now that it was necessary, he would do it almost legally. Larsen willingly took the oath. "I'm going to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, damn me if I don't. I was over at Shorty Lander's store the other day." "What day?" "Last Tuesday, I reckon." "Go on, Larsen, but give me nothing but the facts." "I see Jig come into the store. 'I want to look at a revolver,' he said." "The deuce you do! What might you want to do with a revolver, Jig?" says Shorty. "You mean you want a toy gun?" I remember them words particular clear, because I didn't see how even a spineless gent like Jig could stand for such a pile of insult. But he just sort of smiled with his lips and got steady with his eyes, like he was sort of grieved. "I want a gun that'll kill a man," he says to Shorty. Shorty and me both laughed, but when Shorty brung out a .45, doggone me if Jig didn't buy the gun. "Look here," says he, "is this the way it works?" And he raised it up in his skinny hand. I had to laugh. "Hold it in both hands," says I. "Oh," says he, "and darned if he didn't take it in both hands. It seems much easier to handle in this way," says he. But that's what I seen. I seen him buy a gun to kill a man. Them was his words, and I figure they're a mouthful. Larsen retired. "Damaging evidence, there ain't no question," said Mr. Clerk severely, "but I can lay over it, your honor." "Blaze away, Judge." Larsen took the oath. "I'm going to show you there was bad feelings between the prisoner and the dead man, your honor. I was over to the dance at the Woodville schoolhouse a couple of weeks ago. Jig was there, not dancing or nothing, but sitting in a corner with all the girls, mostly hanging around him. They kept hanging around, looking real foolish at him, and Jig looks back at 'em as if they wasn't there. Well, it riles the boys around these parts. Quade comes up to him and takes him aside. 'Look here,' he says, 'why don't you dance with one girl instead of hogging them all?' 'I don't dance,' says Jig. 'Why do you stay if you won't dance?' asked Quade. 'It's my privilege,' says Jig, smiling in that ornery way of his, like his thoughts was too big for an ordinary gent to understand 'em. 'You stay and dance, and welcome,' said Quade. 'But if you won't dance, get out of here and go home where you belong. You're spoiling the party for us, keeping all the girls over here.' 'Is that a threat?' says Jig, smiling in that way of his. 'It sure is, and most particular I want you to keep away from Sally Bent. You hear?' 'You take advantage of your size,' says Jig. 'Guns even up sizes,' says Quade. 'Thank you,' says Jig. 'I'll remember.' Right after that he went home because he was afraid that Quade would give him a dressing. But there was bad feelings between him and Quade. There was a devil in them eyes of Jig's when he looked at big Quade. I seen it, and I knowed there'd be trouble. Lodge then retired. "Gents," said his honor, "it looks kind of black for the prisoner. We know that Gaspar had a grudge agin' Quade, and that he bought a gun big enough to kill a man. It sure looks black for you, Gaspar." The prisoner looked steadily at Sinclair. There was something unsettling in that gaze. "All we got to make sure of," said the judge, "is that the quarrel between Gaspar and Quade was strong enough to make Gaspar want to kill him, and " "Your honor," broke in Gaspar, "don't you see that I could never kill a man?" The prisoner stretched out his hands in a gesture of appeal to Sinclair. Riley gritted his teeth. Suddenly a chill had passed through him at the thought of the hanging noose biting into that frail, soft throat. "You shut up till you're asked to talk," he said, frowning savagely. "I think we got a witness here that'll prove that you did have sufficient cause to make you want to get rid of Quade. And if we have that proof, heaven help you. Montana, go get Sally Bent." Gaspar started up with a ring in his voice. "No, no!" In response to a gesture from Sinclair, Denver Jim jerked the prisoner back onto the black rock. With blazing blue eyes, Gaspar glared at the judge, his delicate lips trembling with unspoken words. Sinclair knew, with another strange feeling of the heart, that the prisoner was perfectly aware that his judge had not the slightest suspicion of his guilt. An entente was established between them, an entente which distressed Sinclair and which he strove to destroy. But despite himself, he could not get rid of the knowledge that the great blue eyes were fixed steadily upon him, as if begging him to see that justice was done. Consequently, the judge made himself as impersonal as possible. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Rangeland Avenger by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sally Bent came willingly, even eagerly. It was the eagerness of an angry woman who wanted to talk. "What is your name?" "A name you'll come to wish you never heard of," said the girl. "If any harm comes to John Gaspar, poor Jig, they won't dare to touch a hair on your head." With a gentle voice she had turned to Gaspar to speak these last words. A faint smile came on the lips of Gaspar, and his gaze was far away, as if he were in the midst of an unimportant dream, with Sally Bent the last significant part of it all. The girl flushed and turned back to Riley. "I asked your name," said his honor gravely. "What right have you to ask my name, or any other question?" "Mr. Lodge," said his honor, "will you loosen up and tell this lady where we come in?" "Sure," said the judge, clearing his throat. "Sally, here's the point. There ain't been much justice around here. We're simply giving the law a helping hand, and we start in today on the skunk that shot Quade. Quade may have had faults, but he was a man. And look what done the killing, Sally. I ask you to look. That bum excuse for a man. That Gaspar." Following the command, Sally looked at Gaspar, the smile of pity and sympathy trembling on her lips again. But Gaspar took no notice. "How dare you talk like that?" asked Sally. "Gaspar is worth all 7 of you put together." "Order," said Riley Sinclair. "Order in this here court. Mr. Sergeant at Arms, keep the witness in order." Larsen strode near authoritatively. "You got to stop that fresh talk, Sally. Sinclair won't stand for it." "Oscar Larsen," she cried, whirling on him, "I always thought you were a man. Now I see that you're only big enough to bully a woman. I never want to speak to you again." "Silence!" thundered Riley Sinclair, smiting his hard brown hands together. "Take that witness away, and we'll hang Gaspar without her testimony. We don't really need it, anyways." There was a shrill cry from Sally. "Let me talk," she pleaded. "Let me stay. I won't make no more trouble, Mr. Sinclair." "All right," he decided without enthusiasm. "Now, what's your name?" "Sally Bent." She smiled a little as she spoke. That name usually brought an answering smile, particularly from the men of Sour Creek, but Sinclair's saturnine face showed no softening. "Mr. Clerk, swear the witness." Judge Lodge rose and held forth the book and prescribed the oath. During that interval Riley Sinclair raised his head to escape from the steady, reproachful gaze of John Gaspar. Down in the valley bottom, Sour Creek flashed muddy yellow and far away. Just beyond, the sun gleamed on the chalk-faced cliff. Still higher, the mountains changed between dawn and full day. There was the country for Riley Sinclair. What he did down here in the valley did not matter. Purification waited for him among the summit snows. He turned back to hear the last of Sally Bent's voice, whipping his eyes past Gaspar to avoid meeting again that clinging stare. "Sally Bent," he said, "do you know the prisoner?" "You know I know him. John Gaspar boards with us." "Ah, then you know him?" "That's a silly question. What I want to say is " "Wait till you're asked, Sally Bent." She stamped her foot. Quietly Sinclair compared the girl and the accused man. "Here's the point," he said slowly. "You knew Quade, and you knew John Gaspar." "Yes." "You know Quade's dead?" "I just heard it." "You didn't like him much." "I used to like him." "Until Gaspar blew in?" "You've got no right to ask those questions." "I sure have. All right. I gather you were pretty sweet on Quade till Gaspar come along." "I never said so." "Girl," pronounced Riley solemnly, "ain't it a fact that you went around to a lot of parties and such like things with Quade?" Sally was silent. "It's a straight thing you're giving her," broke in Larsen. "After Gaspar come, she didn't have no time for none of us." "Ah," said his honor significantly, scowling on Sally Bent. "After you cut out Quade, he got ugly, didn't he?" "He sure did," said Sally. "He said things that no gentleman would have said to a lady." "Such as what?" "Said that I was a flirt. And he said, I swear to it, that he'd get Gaspar." She stopped, panting with excitement. "He wanted to murder John Gaspar." Riley Sinclair lifted his heavy brows. "That's a pretty serious thing to say, Sally Bent." "But it's the truth. And I even heard him threaten Gaspar." "But you tried to make them friends. You tried to smooth Quade down." "I wouldn't waste my time on a bully. I just told John to get a gun and be ready to defend himself." "And he done it?" "He done it, but he never fired the gun." "What was the last time Quade seen you?" "The day before yesterday. He come up here and told me that he knew me and John Gaspar were going to get married, and that he wouldn't stand still and see the thing go through." "But what he said was right, wasn't it? Gaspar had asked you to marry him." She dropped her head. "No." "What? You mean to say that Gaspar hadn't told you he loved you?" "Never. But now that John is in this trouble, I don't care if the whole world knows it. I love John Gaspar." What a voice! What a lighted face as she turned to the prisoner! But instead of a flush of happiness, John Gaspar rose and shrank away from the outstretched hands of the girl. And he was pale, pale with sorrow and even with pity, it seemed to Sinclair. "No, no," said the soft voice of Gaspar. "Not that, Sally, not that." Decidedly, it would not do to let this scene progress. "Take away the witness, Montana." Montana drew her arm into his, and she went away as one stunned, staring at John Gaspar as if she could not yet understand the extent of the calamity which had befallen her. She had been worse than scorned. She had been rejected with pity. As she disappeared into the door of her house, Sinclair looked at the bowed head of John Gaspar. "Denver," he called suddenly. "Yes, your honor." "The prisoner's hands are tied. Wipe the sweat off his face, will you?" "Sure." With a large and brilliant bandana, Montana obeyed. Then he paused in the midst of his operation. "Your honor." "Well?" "It ain't sweat. It's tears." "Tears?" Riley Sinclair started up, then slumped back on his stump with a groan. "Tears!" he echoed, with a voice that was a groan. "John Gaspar, what kind of man are you?" He turned back to the court with a frown.
"Mr. Jury," he said, "look at this prisoner we got. Look him over considerable. I say, did you ever see a man like that?" "A man that ain't able to love a girl like Sally Bent when she just about throws herself at his head. Is he worth keeping alive? Look at him, and then listen to me. I see the whole of it, Mr. Jury." Buck Mason leaned forward with interest, glowering upon John Gaspar. "This skunk of a John Gaspar gets Sally all tied up with his sappy talk. Gets her all excited because he's something brand new and different. Quade gets sore, natural like. Then he comes to Gaspar and says, 'Cut out this soft talk to Sally or I'll bust your head.' Gaspar don't love Sally, but he's afraid of Quade. He goes and gets a gun. He goes to Quade's house and tries to be friends. Quade kicks him out. Gaspar climbs back on his hoss and, while he's sitting there, pulls out a gun and shoots poor Quade dead. Don't that sound natural? He wouldn't marry Sally, but he didn't want another man to have her. And he wouldn't give up his soft berth in the house of Sally's brother. He knew Quade would never suspect him of having the nerve to fight. So he takes Quade unready and plugs him, while Quade ain't looking. Is that clear?" "It sure sounds straight to me," said Buck Mason. "All right, stand up." Mason rose. "Take off your hat." The sombrero was withdrawn with a flourish. "God's up yonder, higher than that hawk. But seeing you clear, Buck, tell us straight, is Gaspar guilty or not?" "Guilty as hell, your honor." A sigh from the prisoner. The last of life seemed to go from him, and Sinclair braced himself to meet a hysterical appeal. But there was only that slight drooping of the shoulders and declining of the head. It was an appalling thing for Sinclair to watch. He was used to power in men and beasts. He understood it. A cunning devil of a fighting outlaw horse was his choice for a ride. "The meaner they are, the longer they last," he used to say. He respected men of evil as long as they were men of action. He was perfectly at home and contented among men where one's person and life were at constant hazard, where a turn back might mean destruction. To him this meek surrender of hope was incomprehensibly despicable. If he hesitated before, his hard soul was firm now in the decision that John Gaspar must die, and so leave Sinclair's own road free. With all suspicion of a connection between him and Quade's death gone, Riley could play a free hand against Sandersen. He turned a face of iron upon the prisoner. "Sandersen and Denver, Jim, bring the prisoner before me." They obeyed, but when they reached down their hands to Gaspar's shoulder to drag him to his feet, he avoided them with a shudder, and of his own free will rose and walked between them. "John Irving Gaspar," said Sinclair sternly, "alias Jig, alias Cold Feet, which is a fitting and proper name for you. Have you got anything to say that won't take too long before I pronounce sentence on you?" He had to set his teeth. The sad eyes of John Gaspar had risen from the ground and fixed steadily, darkly, upon the eyes of his judge. There was infinite understanding, infinite patience in that look, the patience of the weak man schooled in enduring buffets. For the moment Sinclair almost felt that the man was pitying him. "I have only a little to say," said John Gaspar. "Speak up, then. Who do you want to give the message to?" "To no living man," said John Gaspar. "All right, then, Gaspar, blaze away with the talk, but make it short." John Gaspar raised his head until he was looking through the stalwart branches of the cottonwood tree into the haze of light above. "Our Father in heaven," said John Gaspar, "forgive them as I forgive them." Riley Sinclair, quivering under those words,
looked around him upon the stunned faces of the rest of the court, then back to the calm of Gaspar. Strength seemed to have flooded the coward. At the moment when he lost all hope, he became glorious. His voice was soft, never rising, and the great dark eyes were steadfast. A sudden consciousness came to Riley Sinclair that God must indeed be above them, higher than the flight of the hawk, robed in the maze of that lofty cloud, seeing all, hearing all, and every word that Gaspar spoke was damning him, dragging him to hell. But Riley Sinclair was not a religious man. Luck was his divinity. He left God and heaven and hell inside the pages of the Bible, undisturbed. The music of the schoolteacher's voice reminded him of the purling of some tiny waterfall in the midst of a mountain wilderness. I have no will to fight for life. For that sin forgive me, and for whatever else I have done wrong. Let no knowledge of the crime they are committing come to these men, fierce men, fighters, toilers, full of hate, full of despair, full of rage. How can they be other than blind? Forgive them as I forgive them without malice. And most of all, Lord God, forgive this most unjust judge. Louder, whispered Sinclair, his hand cupped behind his ear. Amen, said John Gaspar, as his head bowed again. The fascinated posse seemed frozen, each man in his place, each in his attitude. John Gaspar, said his honor, here's your sentence. You are to be hanged by the neck till you're dead. John Gaspar closed his eyes and opened them again. Otherwise he made no move of protest. But not, continued Sinclair, from this cottonwood tree. A faint sigh, indubitably of relief, came from the posse. Riley Sinclair arose. Gents, he said, I've been thinking this over. There ain't any doubt that the prisoner is guilty. And there ain't any doubt that John Gaspar is no good, any way you look at him. But a gent that can put the words together like he can ought to get a chance to talk in front of a regular jury. I figure we better send for the sheriff to come over from Woodville and take the prisoner back there. One of you gents can slide over there today, and the sheriff will be here tomorrow, most like. Who'll take charge of Gaspar? Who? Why, me, of course, unless somebody else would like the job more. I'll keep him right here in the Bent cabin. Sinclair, protested Buck Mason, you're a pretty capable sort. There ain't no doubt of that. But what if Jerry Bent comes home, which he's sure to do before night? There'd be a mess, because Jerry would fight for Gaspar. I know it. Partner, said Riley Sinclair dryly, if it comes to that, then I guess I'll have to fight back. It was foolish to question the power in that grave, sardonic face. The other men gave way, nodding one by one. Secretly, each man, now that the excitement was gone, was glad that they had not proceeded to the last extremity. In 5 minutes they were drifting away. And all this time Sinclair watched the face of John Gaspar, as the sorrow changed to wonder, and the wonder to the vague beginnings of happiness. Suddenly he felt he had the clue to the mystery of Cold Feet. As a matter of fact, John Gaspar had never grown up. He was still a weak, dreamy boy. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Rangeland Avenger by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The posse had hardly thrown its mask to the wind and galloped down the road when Sally Bent came running from the house. I knew they couldn't, she cried to John Gaspar. I knew they wouldn't dare, the cowards. I'll remember every one of them. Hush, murmured Gaspar. His faint smile was for Riley Sinclair. One of them is still here, you see. With wrath flushing her face, The girl looked at Riley. "How do you dare stay here and face me after the things you said?" "Lady," replied Sinclair, "you mean after the things I made you say?" "Just wait till Jerry comes!" exclaimed Sally. At this Sinclair grew more sober. "Honey," he said dryly, "when your brother drops in, you just calm him down, will you? Because if him and Gaspar together was to start in raising trouble, well, there'd be more action than you ever seen in that cabin before, and after it was over, they'd have a dead Gaspar to cart over to Woodville. You can lay to that." It took Sally somewhat aback, this confident ferociousness. "Them that brag ain't always the ones to do things," she declared. "But why are you staying here?" "To keep Gaspar till the sheriff comes after him." Sally grew white. "Don't you see that there's nothing to be afraid of?" asked John Gaspar. "See how close I came to death, and yet I was saved. Why, God doesn't let innocent men be killed, Sally." For a moment the girl stared at the schoolteacher with tears in her eyes. Then she flashed at Riley a glance of utter scorn, as if inviting him to see what an angel upon the earth he was persecuting. But Sinclair remained unmoved. He informed them of the conditions of his stay. He must be allowed to keep John Gaspar in sight at all times. Only suspicious moves he would resent with violence. Sally Bent heard all of this with openly expressed hatred and contempt. John Gaspar showed no emotion whatever. "By heaven," declared Sinclair, when the girl had gone about some housework, "I'd actually think you believed that God was on your side. You talk about him so familiar, like you and him was partners." John Gaspar smiled one of his rare smiles. He had a way of looking for a long moment at another before he spoke. All that he was about to say was first registered in his face. It was easy to understand how Sally Bent had been entrapped by the classic regularity of those features and the strange manner of the schoolteacher. She lived in a country where masculine men were a drug on the market. John Gaspar was the pleasant exception. "You see," explained Gaspar, "I had to cheer Sally by saying something like that. Women like to have such things said. She'll be absolutely confident now because she thinks I'm not disturbed. Very odd, but very true." "And it seems to me," said Sinclair, frowning, "that you're not much disturbed, Gaspar. How does that come?" "What can I do?" "Maybe you'd be man enough to try and break away." "From you? Tush, I know it's impossible. I'd as soon try to hide myself in an open field from that hawk. No, no, I give you my parole, my word of honor that I'll make no escape." But Sinclair stuck in with, "I don't want your parole. Hang it, man, just do your best and I'll do mine. You try to give me the slip and I'll try to keep you from it. That's square all around." Gaspar observed him with what seemed to be a characteristic air of judicious reserve, very much as if he suspected a trap. A great many words came up into the throat of Riley Sinclair, but he refrained from speech. In a way he was beginning to detest John Gaspar as he had never detested any human being before or since. To him no sin was so great as the sin of weakness in a man, and certainly Gaspar was superlatively weak. He had something in place of courage, but just what that thing was, Sinclair could not tell. Curiosity drew him toward the fellow, and these weaknesses repulsed him. No wonder that he stared at him now in a quandary. One certainty was growing upon him. He wished Gaspar to escape. It would bring him shame in Sour Creek, but for the opinion of these men he had not the slightest respect. Let them think as they pleased. It came home to Riley that this was a man whose like he had never known before, and whom he must not therefore judge as if he knew him. He softened his voice. "Gaspar," he said, "keep your head up. Make up your mind that you'll fight to the last gasp. Why, it makes me plumb sick to see a grown man give up like you do." His scorn rang in his voice, and Gaspar looked at him in wonder. "You ought to be packing yourself full of courage," went on Sinclair. "Here's your pal, Jerry Bent, coming back. 2 against 1 you'll be. Ain't that a chance, I ask you?" But Gaspar shook his head. He seemed even a little amused. "Not against a man like you, Sinclair. You love fighting, you see. You're made for fighting. You make me think of that hawk, all beak and talons, made to tear, remorselessly crafty." "That's overrating me a pile," muttered Riley, greatly pleased by this tribute, as he felt it to be. "If you tried, maybe you could do a lot yourself. You're full of nerves, and a gent that's full of nerves makes a first-class fighting man, once he finds out what he can do. With them fingers of yours you could learn to handle a gun like a flash. Start in and learn to be a man, Gaspar." Sinclair stretched a friendly hand toward the shoulder of the smaller man. The hand passed through thin air. Gaspar had slipped away. He stood at a greater distance. On his face there was a strong expression of displeasure. Sinclair scowled darkly. "Now what do you mean by that?" "I mean that I don't envy you," said Gaspar steadily. "I'd rather have the other thing." "What other thing, Jig?" Gaspar overlooked the contemptuous nickname, doubly contemptuous on the lips of a stranger. "You go into the world and take what you want. I'm stronger than that." "How are you stronger?" asked Riley. "Because I sit in my room, and I can make the world come to me." "Jig, I was never smart at riddles. Go ahead and clear yourself up with a few more words." The other hesitated, not for words, but as if he wondered if it might be worth while for him to explain. Never in Riley Sinclair's life had he been taken so lightly. "Will you follow me into the house?" asked Gaspar at length. "I'll follow you right enough," said Sinclair. "That's my job. Lead on." He was brought through the living room of the cabin and into a smaller room to the side. Comfort seemed to fill this smaller room. Bookcases ranged along one wall were packed with books. The couch before the window was heaped with cushions. There was an easy chair with an adjustable back, so that one could either sit or lie in it. There was a lamp with a big greenish yellow shade. "This is what I mean," murmured Jig. Riley Sinclair's bold eye roved swiftly, contemptuously. "Well, you got this place fixed up pretty stuffy," he answered. "Outside of that, hang me if I see what you mean." Cold Feet slipped into a chair, and, interlacing those fingers whose delicacy baffled and disturbed Sinclair, stared over them at his companion. "I really shouldn't expect you to understand, my friend." "Friend?" Sinclair exploded. "You're a queer bird, Jig. What do you mean by friend?" "Why not?" asked this amazing youth, and the quiet of his face brightened into a smile. "I'd be swinging from the end of a rope if it weren't for you, you know." Sinclair shrugged away this rejoinder. He trod heavily to the bookshelves, took up 2 or 3 random volumes, and tossed them heedlessly back into place. "Well, kid, you're going to be yanked out of this little imitation world of yours pretty pronto." "Ah, but perhaps not." "Huh?" "Something may happen." "What can happen?" "Just something like you, my friend." The insistence on that word irritated Riley Sinclair. "Don't call me that," he replied in his most brutal manner. "Jig, do you know what a friend means?" he asked. "How do you figure that word out?" Jig considered. "A friend is somebody you know and like and are glad to have around." Contempt spread on the face of Sinclair. "That's just about what I knew you'd say." "Am I wrong?" "Son, there ain't anything right about you, as far as I can make out. Wrong? You're as wrong as a yearling in a blizzard. Wrong? I should tell a man you're wrong. Let me tell you what a friend is. He's the bunkie that guards your back in a fight. He's a man that can ask for your horse or your gun or your life, no matter how bad you want 'em. He's the gent that trusts you when the world calls you a liar. He's the one that don't grin when you're in trouble, who gives a cheer when you're going good. With a friend you let down the bars and turn your mind loose like wild horses. I take out my soul like a gun and show it to my friend in the palm of my hand. It's sure full of holes and stains, this life of mine, but my friend checks off the good agin the bad, and when you're through he says, 'Partner, now I like you better because I know you better.' Son, I don't know what God means very well, and I ain't any bunkie of the law, but I'm tolerable well acquainted with what the word friend means. When you use it, you want to look sharp." "I really believe," Jig said, "that you would be a friend like that. I think I understand." "You don't, though. To a friend you give yourself away, and you get yourself back bigger and stronger." "I didn't know," said Jig softly, "that friendship could mean all that. How many friends have you had?" The big cowpuncher paused. Then he said gently at length, "One friend." "In all your life?" "Sure. I was lucky and had one friend." Cold Feet leaned forward, eagerness in his eye. "Tell me about him." "I don't know you well enough, son." That jarring speech thrust Jig back into his chair as if with a physical hand. There, as though in covert, he continued to study Sinclair. Presently he began to nod. "I knew it from the first, in spite of appearances." "Knew what?" "Knew that we'd get along." "Are we getting along, Jig?" "I think so." "Glad of that," muttered the cowpuncher dryly. "Ah!" cried John Gaspar, "you're not as hard as you seem. One of these days I'll prove it. Besides, you won't forget me." "What makes you so sure of that?" Jig rose from his chair and stood leaning against it, his hand dropped lightly into the pockets of his dressing gown. He looked extraordinarily boyish at the moment, and he seemed to have the fearlessness of a child which knows that the world has no real account against it. Riley Sinclair set his teeth to keep back a flood of pity that rose in him. "You wait and see," said Jig. He raised a finger at Sinclair. "I'll keep coming back into your mind a long time after you leave me, and you'll keep coming back into my mind. Oh, I know it." "How in thunder do you?" "I don't know. Just because, well, how did I understand at the trial that you knew I was innocent, and that you would let no harm come to me?" "Did you know that?" asked Sinclair. Instead of answering, Jig broke into his soft, pleasant laughter. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Rangeland Avenger by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Laugh and be hanged," declared Sinclair. "I'm going outside. And don't try no funny breaks while I'm gone," he said. "I'll be watching and waiting when you ain't expecting." With that he was gone. At the door of the house a gust of hot wind struck him, for the day was verging on noon, and there seemed more heat than light in the sun. Even to that hot gust Sinclair jerked his bandana knot aside and opened his throat gratefully. He felt as if he had been under a hard nervous strain for some time past. Cold Feet, the craven, the weak of hand, and the frail of spirit, had tested him in a new way. He had been confronting a novel and unaccountable thing. He felt very oddly, as if someone had been prodding in the corners of his nature, yet unknown even to himself. He tingled from the rapier touch of that last laughter. Now his eyes roamed with relief across the valley. Heat waves blurred the hollow and pushed Sour Creek away until it seemed a river of mist, yellow mist. He raised his attention out of that sweltering hollow to the cool, blue, mighty mountains, his country. Presently he had forgotten all this. He settled his hat on the back of his head and began to kick a stone before him, following it aimlessly. Someone was humming close to him, and he turned sharply to see Sally Bent go by carrying a bucket. She smiled generously, and though he knew that she doubtless hated him in her heart and smiled for a purpose, he had to reply with a perfunctory grin. He stalked after her to the little leaping creek and dipped out a full bucket. "Thanks," said Sally, wantonly meeting his eye. As well to try to soften a sphinx, Sinclair carried the dripping bucket on the side nearest the girl and thereby gained valuable distance. "I'm mighty glad it's you and not one of the rest," confided Sally, still smiling firmly up to him. He avoided that appeal with a grunt. "Like Sandersen, say?" went on the girl. "Why not him?" "He's a bad hombre," said the girl. "Hate to have Jig in his hands. With you it's different." Sinclair waited until he put down the bucket in the kitchen. Then he faced Sally thoughtfully. "Why?" he asked. "Because you're reasonable." "Did Jig tell you that?" "And a pile more. Jig says you're a pretty fine sort. That's his words." The cowpuncher caressed the butt of his gun with his fingertips, his habitual gesture when in doubt. "Lady," he said at length, "suppose I cut this short. You think I ain't going to keep Cold Feet here till the sheriff comes for him?" "You see what it would mean?" she asked eagerly. "It wouldn't be a fair trial. You couldn't get a fair trial for Jig around Sour Creek and Woodville. They hate him. All the young men do. Do you know why? Simply because he's different. Simply because all the girls are pretty fond of him, huh?" "Oh, you can put it that way if you want," she answered steadily enough, though she flushed under his stare. Then, "You keep that in mind, and you're man enough to do what you think is right, ain't you, Mr. Sinclair?" He shifted away from the hand which was moving toward him. "I'll tell you what," he answered. "I'm man enough to be afraid of a girl like you, Sally Bent." Then he saw her head fall in despair as he turned away. When he reached the shimmering heat of the outdoors again, he was feeling like a murderer. His reason told him that Cold Feet was yellow, not worth saving. His reason told him that he could save Jig only by a confession that would drive him, Sinclair, away from Sour Creek and his destined victim, Sandersen. Or he could save Jig by violating the law, and that would also drive him from Sour Creek and Sandersen. Suddenly he halted in the midst of his pacing to and fro. Why was he turning these alternatives back and forth in his mind? Because he understood all at once. He had subconsciously determined that Cold Feet must not die. The face of his brother rose up and looked into his eyes. That was the friend of whom he would not speak to Jig. Brother and friend at once. And as surely as ever ghost called to living man, that face demanded the death of Sandersen. He blinked the vision away. "I am going nutty," muttered Sinclair. "Whether Sandersen lives or dies, Jig ain't going to dance at a rope's end." Presently Sally called him in to lunch, and Riley ate half-heartedly. All during the meal neither Sally nor John Gaspar had more than a word for him. While they talked steadily together, they seemed to understand each other so well that he felt a hidden insult in it. Once or twice he made a heavy attempt to enter the conversation, always addressing his remarks to Sally Bent. He was received graciously, but his remarks always fell dead, and a moment later Cold Feet had picked up the frayed ends of his own talk and won the entire attention of Sally. Riley was beginning to understand why the youth of that district detested Cold Feet. "Always takes some soft-handed dude to make a winning with a fool girl," he comforted himself. He expected the arrival of Jerry Bent before nightfall, and with that arrival perhaps there would be a new sort of attack on him. Sally and Cold Feet were trying persuasion, but they might encourage Jerry Bent to attempt physical force. With all his heart Riley Sinclair hoped so. He had a peculiar desire to do something significant for the eyes of both Sally and Jig. But nightfall came, and then supper, and still no Jerry appeared. Afterward, Sinclair made ready to sleep in Jig's room. Cold Feet offered him the couch. "Beds and me don't hitch," declared Riley, throwing two or three of the rugs together. "I ain't particular partial to a floor neither, but these here rugs will give it a sort of ground softness." He sat cross-legged on the pile of rugs while he pulled off his boots and smoked his good-night cigarette. Jig coiled up in the big chair while he studied his jailer. "But how can you go to bed so early?" he asked. "Early? It ain't early. Sun's down, ain't it? Why do they bring on night except for folks to go to sleep?" "For my part, the best part of the day generally begins when the sun goes down." With patient contempt, Riley considered John Gaspar. "You look kind of that way," he decided aloud. "Pale and not much good with your shoulders. Now, what do you do most generally with your time in the evening?" "Why, talk." "Talk, huh? A fine way of wasting time for a growed-up man." "And I read, you know." "I can see by the looks of them shelves that you do. How many of them books might you have read, Jig?" "All of them." "I ask you, man to man, ain't they mostly somebody's idea of what life is?" "I suppose that's a short way of putting it." "And I ask you again, what's better, to take a second-hand hunch out of what somebody else thinks life might be, or to go out and do some living on your own hook?" Cold Feet had been smiling faintly up to this point, as though he had many things in reserve which might be said at need. Now his smile disappeared. "Perhaps you are right." "Maybe I ain't." Sinclair brushed the entire argument away into a thin mist of smoke. "Now look here, Cold Feet. I'm about to go to sleep, and when I sleep I sure sleep sound, taking it by and large. They's times when I don't more'n close one eye all night, and they's times when you'd have to pull my eyes open one by one to wake me up. Understand? I'm going to sleep the second way tonight, about 8 hours of the soundest sleep you ever heard tell of." Jig considered him gravely. "I'm afraid," he answered, "that I won't sleep nearly as well." Riley Sinclair smiled. "Wouldn't be no ways natural for you to do much sleeping," he agreed. "Take a gent that's in danger of having his neck stretched, like you, and most generally he don't do much sleeping. He lies around awake, cussing his luck, I suppose. Take you now, Cold Feet, and I suppose you be figuring on how far a horse could carry you in the 8 hours that I'll be sleeping, huh?" There was a suggestive lift of the eyebrows as he spoke, but before Jig had a chance to study his face, he had turned and wrapped himself in one of the rugs. He lay perfectly still, stretched on one side, with his back turned to Jig. He stirred neither hand nor foot. Outside, a door slammed heavily. Cold Feet heard the heavy voice of Jerry Bent and the beat of his heels across the floor. In spite of those noises, Riley Sinclair was presently sound asleep, as he had promised. Gaspar knew it by the rise and fall of the arm which lay along Sinclair's side, also by the sound of his breathing. Cold Feet went to the window and looked out on the mountains, black and huge, with a faint shimmer of snow on the farthest summits. At the very thought of trying to escape into that wilderness and wandering alone among the peaks, he shuddered. He came back and studied the sleeper. Something about the nonchalance with which Sinclair had gone to sleep under the very eye of his prisoner affected John Gaspar strangely. Doubtless it was sheer contempt for the man he was guarding. And indeed, something assured Jig that no matter how well he employed the next 8 hours in putting a great distance between himself and Sour Creek, the tireless riding of Sinclair would more than make up the distance. Gaspar went to the door, then turned sharply and glanced over his shoulder at the sleeper. But the eyes of Sinclair were still closed, and his regular breathing continued. Jig turned the knob cautiously and slipped out into the living room. Jerry and Sally beckoned instantly to him from the far side of the room. The beauty of the family had descended upon Sally alone. Jerry was a swart-skinned, squat, bow-legged, efficient cowpuncher. He now ambled awkwardly to meet John Gaspar. "Are you all set?" he asked. "For what?" "To start on the trail," exclaimed Jerry. "What else? Ain't Sinclair asleep?" "How'd you know?" "I listened at the door and heard his breathing a long time ago. Thought you'd never come out." Sally Bent was already on the other side of Gaspar, drawing him towards the door. "You can have my horse, Jig," she offered. "Meg is sure as sin in the mountains. You won't have nothing to fear on the worst trail there is." "Not a thing," asserted Jerry. They half led and half dragged Cold Feet to the door. "I'll show you the best way. You see them two peaks yonder, like a pair of mule's ears? You start." "I don't know," said Jig. "It seems very difficult even to think of riding alone through those mountains." Sally was white with fear. "You ain't going to throw away this chance, Jig? It'll mean hanging for sure if you don't run now. Ask Jerry what they're saying in Sour Creek tonight." Jerry volunteered the information. "They're all wondering why you wasn't strung up today, when they got so much evidence against you. Also, they're thinking that the boys played dumb foolish in turning you over to this stranger, Sinclair, to guard. But they're waiting for Sheriff Kern to come over from Woodville and nab you in the morning. There's some that says that they won't wait, if it looks like the law is going to take too long to hang you. They'll get a necktie party and break the jail and do their own hanging. I heard all of them things and more, Jig." John Gaspar looked uncertainly from one to the other of his friends. "You've got to go!" cried Sally. "I've got to go," admitted Cold Feet in a whisper. "I've got Meg saddled for you already. She's plumb gentle." "Just a minute. I've forgotten something." "You don't mean you're going back into that room where Sinclair is?" "I won't wake him. He's sleeping like the dead." Jig turned away from them and hurried back to his room. Having opened and closed the door softly, he went to a chest of drawers near the window and fumbled in the half light of the low burning lamp. He slipped a small leather case into the breast pocket of his coat, and then stole back toward the door as softly as before. With his hand on the knob, he paused and looked back. For all he knew, Sinclair might really be awake now, watching his quarry from beneath those heavy lashes, waiting until his prisoner should have made a definite attempt to escape. And then the big man would rise to his feet as soon as the door was closed. The picture became startlingly real to John Gaspar. Sinclair would slip out that window, no doubt, and circle around toward the horse shed. There he would wait until his prisoner came out on Meg, and then without warning would come a shot, and there would be an end of Sinclair's trouble with his prisoner. Gaspar could easily attribute such cunning cruelty to Sinclair, yet there was something untested, unprobed, different about the rangy fellow. Whatever it was, it kept Gaspar staring down into the lean face of Sinclair for a long moment. Then he went resolutely back into the living room and faced Sally Bent. Jerry was already waiting outdoors. "I'm not going," said Gaspar slowly. "I'll stay." Sally cried out. "Oh, Jig, have you lost your nerve again? Ain't you got no courage?" The schoolteacher sighed. "I'm afraid not, Sally. I guess my only courage comes in waiting and seeing how things turn out." He turned and went gloomily back to his room. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of the Rangeland Avenger by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. With the first brightness of dawn, Sinclair awakened even more suddenly than he had fallen asleep. There was no slow adjusting of himself to the requirements of the day. One prodigious stretching of the long arms, one great yawn, and he was as wide awake as he would be at noon. He jerked on his boots and rose, and not until he stood up did he see John Gaspar asleep in the big chair, his head inclining to one side, the book half fallen from his hand, and the lamp sputtering its last beside him. But instead of viewing the weary face with pity, Sinclair burst into sudden and amazed profanity. The first jarring note brought Gaspar up and awake with a start, and he stared in astonishment at the uninterrupted flood which rippled from the lips of the cowpuncher. It concluded, "Still here? Of all the short-horned fatheads that I ever seen, the worst is this Gaspar, this jig, this cold feet. Say, man, ain't you got no spirit at all?" "What do you mean?" asked Gaspar. "Still here? Of course I'm still here. Did you expect me to escape?" Sinclair flung himself into a chair, speechless with rage and disgust. "Did you think I was joking when I told you I was going to sleep 8 hours without waking up? It might very well have been a trap, you know." Sinclair groaned. "Son, there ain't any man in the world that'll tell you that Riley Sinclair sets traps for birds that ain't got their stiff feathers growed yet. Trap for you? What in thunder should I want you for, eh?" He strolled to the window, still groaning. "That's where you ought to be, over yonder behind them mule ears. They'd never catch you in 1,000 years with that start. 8 hours start. As good as 8 years, kid, just as good. And you've throwed that chance away." He turned and stared mournfully at the schoolteacher. "It ain't no use," he said sadly. "I see it all now. You was cut out to end in a rope collar." Not another word could be pried from his set lips during breakfast, a gloomy meal, to which Sally Bent came with red eyes, and Jerry Bent sullenly, with black looks at Sinclair. Jig was the cheeriest one of the party. That cheer at last brought another explosion from Sinclair. They stood in front of the house, watching a horseman wind his way up the road through the hills. "It's Sheriff Kern," said Jerry Bent. "I can tell by the way he rides, sort of slanting. It's Kern, right enough." Sally Bent choked, but Jig continued to hum softly. "Singing?" asked Riley Sinclair suddenly. "Ain't you no more worried than that?" The voice of the schoolteacher in reply was as smooth as running water. "I think you'll bring me out of the trouble safely enough, Mr. Sinclair." "Mr. Sinclair will see you damned before he lifts a hand for you," Riley retorted savagely. He strode to his horse and expended his wrath by viciously jerking at the cinches, until the mustang groaned. Sheriff Kern came suddenly into clear view around the last turn and rode quickly up to them, a very short man, muscular, sweaty. He always gave the impression that he had been working ceaselessly for a week, and certainly he found time to shave only once in 10 days. Dense bristle clouded the lower features of his face. He was a taciturn man. His greetings took the form of a single grunt. He took possession of John Gaspar with a single glance that sent the latter nervously toward his saddled horse. "I see you got this party all ready for me," said the sheriff more amiably to Riley Sinclair, who was watching in disgust the clumsy method of Jig's mounting. "You're Sinclair, I guess." "I'm Sinclair, Sheriff." They shook hands. "Nice bit of work you done for me, Sinclair, keeping the boys from stringing up Jig yonder. These here lynchings don't set none too well on the reputation of a sheriff. I guess we're ready to start. So long, Sally. Jerry, are you riding our way, Sinclair?"
I thought I'd happen along. Ain't never seen Woodville yet." "Glad to have you. But there ain't much to see unless you look twice at the same thing." They started down the trail, three abreast. "Ride on ahead," commanded Sinclair to Jig. "We don't want you riding in the same line with men. Get on ahead." Gaspar obeyed that brutal order with bowed head. He rode listlessly with loose rein, letting the pony pick his own way. Once Sinclair looked back to Sally Bent, weeping in the arms of her brother. Again his face grew black. "And yet," confided the sheriff softly, "I ain't never heard no trouble about this Gaspar before." "He's poison," declared Sinclair bitterly, and he raised his voice that it would unmistakably carry to the shrinking figure before them. "He's such a yellow-hearted skunk, sheriff, that it makes me ashamed of being a man." "They's only one thing I misdoubt," said the sheriff. "How'd that sort of a gent ever get the nerve to murder a man like Quade? Quade wasn't no tenderfoot, and he could shoot a bit besides." "Speaking personal, sheriff, I don't think he done it, now I've had a chance to go over the evidence." "Maybe he didn't, but most likely he'll hang for it. The boys is dead set agin' him. First, he's a dude. Second, he's a coward. Sour Creek and Woodville was never cut out for that sort. They ain't wanted around." That speech made Riley Sinclair profoundly thoughtful. He had known well enough before this that there were small chances of Jig escaping from the damning judgment of 12 of these cowpunchers. The statement of the sheriff made the belief a fact. The death sentence of Jig was pronounced the moment the doors of the jail at Woodville clanged upon him. They struck the trail to Sour Creek and almost immediately swung off on a branch which led south and west, in the opposite direction from the creek. It was a day of high driving clouds, thin and fleecy, so that they merely filtered the sunlight and turned it into a haze without decreasing the heat perceptibly, and that heat grew until it became difficult to look down at the blazing sand. Now the trail climbed among broken hills until they reached the summit. From that point on, now and again, the road elbowed into view of a wide plain, and in the center of the plain there was a diminutive dump of buildings. "Woodville," said the sheriff. "Hey, you, Jig, hustle that horse along." Obediently the drooping Gaspar spurred his horse. The animal broke into a gallop that set Gaspar jolting in his seat with widely flopping elbows. "Look at that," said Sinclair. "Would you ever think that a man could be born as awkward as that? Would you ever think that men would be born that didn't have no use in the world?" "He ain't altogether useless," decided the sheriff. "Seems as how he's done noble in the school. Takes on with the little boys and girls most amazing, and he knows how to keep even the eighth graders interested. But what can you expect of a gent that ain't got no more pride than to be a schoolteacher, eh?" Sinclair shook his head. The trail drifted downward now less brokenly, and Woodville came into view. It was a wretched town in a wretched landscape, far different from the wild hills and the rich plowed grounds around Sour Creek. All that came to life in the brief spring, the long summer had since burned away to drab yellows and browns. A horrible place to die in, Sinclair thought. "Speaking of horses, that's a wise looking horse you got, sheriff." "Rode him for 5 years," said the sheriff. "Raised him and busted him and trained him all by myself. Ain't nobody but me ever rode him. He can go so soft-footed he wouldn't bust eggs, sir, and he can turn loose and run like the wind. They ain't no better horse than this that come under my eye. Sinclair, are you much on the points of a horse?" "I use horses. I don't love 'em," said Sinclair gloomily, "but I can read the points tolerable." The sheriff eyed Sinclair coldly. "So you don't love horses, eh?" he said, returning distantly to the subject. It was easy to see where his own heart lay by the way his roan picked up its head whenever its master spoke. "Sheriff," explained Sinclair, "I'm a single shot gent. I don't aim to have no scatter fire in what I like. They's only one man that I ever called friend. They's only one place that I ever called home, the mountains yonder. And they's only one horse that I ever took to much. I raised Molly up by hand, you might say. She was ugly as sin, but there wasn't nothing she couldn't do, nothing." He paused. "Sheriff, I used to talk to that horse." The sheriff was greatly moved. "What became of her?" he asked softly. "I took after a gent once. He couldn't hit me, but he put a slug through Molly." "What became of the gent?" asked the sheriff, still more softly. "He died just a little later. Just how, I ain't prepared to state." "Good," said the sheriff. He actually smiled in the pleasure of new found kinship. "You and me would get on proper, Sinclair." "Most like." "This horse of mine, now, has sense enough to take me home without me touching a rein. Knows directions like a wolf." "Could you guide her with your knees?" "Sure." "And she's plumb safe with you?" "Sure." "I knowed a gent once that said he'd trust himself tied hand and foot on his horse." "That goes for me and my horse, too, Sinclair." "Well, then, just shove up them hands, sheriff." The sheriff blinked as the sun flashed on the revolver in the steady hand of Sinclair. There was a significant little jerking up of the revolver. Each time the muzzle stirred, the hands of the sheriff jumped higher and higher until his arms were stiffly stretched. Gaspar had halted his horse and looked back in amazement. "I hate to do it," declared Sinclair. "Right off, I sort of took to you, sheriff, but this has got to be done." "Sinclair, have you done much thinking before you figured this all out?" "Enough. If I knowed you one shade better, sheriff, I'd take your word that you ride on into Woodville, good and slow, and not start no pursuit. But I don't know you that well. I've got to tie you on the back of that steady old horse of yours and turn you loose. We need that much start." He dismounted, still keeping careful aim, took the rope coiled beside the sheriff's own saddle horn, and began a swift and sure process of tying. He worked deftly, without undue fear or haste, and Gaspar came back to look on with scared eyes. "You're a fool, Sinclair," murmured the sheriff. "You'll never get shut of me. I'll follow you till I drop dead. I'll never forget you. Change your mind now, and we'll say nothing has happened. But if you keep on, you're done for, as sure as my name is Kern. Take you by yourself, and you'd be a handful to catch. But two is easier than one, and when one of them two is a dead weight like Gaspar, there ain't nothing to it." He finished his appeal completely trussed. "I ain't tied you on the horse," said Sinclair. "Take note of that. Also, I'm leaving you your guns, sheriff." "I hope you have a chance to see 'em come out of the holster later on, Sinclair." The cowpuncher took no notice of this bitterness. Gaspar, who looked on, was astonished by a certain deferential politeness on the part of the big cowpuncher. "Speaking personal, I hope I don't never have no trouble with you, sheriff. I like you, understand?" "Have your little joke, Sinclair." "I mean it. I know I'm using you like a skunk, but I got a special need, and I can't take no chances, sheriff. I'll tell you out of my heart that I'm sorry. Will you believe me?" The sheriff smiled. "The same as you'll believe me when we change parts, Sinclair." The big man sighed. "I suppose it's got to be that way," he said. "But if you come for me, Kern, come all primed for action. It'll be a hard trail." "That's my specialty." "Well, sheriff, so long and good luck." The sheriff nodded. "Thanks." Pressing his horse with his knees, Kern started down the trail at a slow canter. Sinclair followed the retiring figure, nodding with admiration at the skill with which the sheriff kept his mount under control, merely by power of voice. Presently the latter turned a corner of the trail and was out of sight. "But I knew!" exclaimed John Gaspar. "Only why did you let him go into town?" The cold glance of Sinclair rested on his companion. "What would you have done?" "Tied him up and left him here." "I think you would. To die in the sun!" He swung up into his saddle. "Now, Gaspar, we've started on what's like to prove the last trail for both of us. Understand? By night we'll both be outlawed. They'll have a price on us, and long before night Kern will be after us. For the first time in your soft-hearted life you've got to work, and you've got to fight." "I'll do it, Mr. Sinclair." "Bah, save your talk. Talk's dirt cheap." "I only ask one thing. Why have you done it?" "Because, you fool, I killed Quade." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Rangeland Avenger by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From the first, there was no thought in the sheriff's mind of riding straight into Woodville, trussed and helpless as he was. Woodville respected him, and the whole district was proud of its sheriff. He knew that 5 minutes of laughter can blast the finest reputation that was ever built by a lifetime of hard labor. He knew the very faces of the men who would never let the story die of how the sheriff came into town, not only without his prisoner, but tied hand and foot, helpless in the saddle. Without his prisoner! Never before in his 20 years as sheriff had a criminal escaped from his hands. Many a time they had tried, and on those occasions he had brought back a dead body for the hand of the law. This time he had ample excuse. Any man in the world might admit that he was helpless when such a fellow as Riley Sinclair took him by surprise. He knew Sinclair well by reputation, and he respected all that he had heard. No matter for that, the fact remained that his unbroken string of successes was interrupted. Perhaps Woodville would explain his failure away. No doubt some of the men knew of Sinclair and would not wonder. They would stand up doughtily for the prowess of their sheriff. Yet the fact held that he had failed. It was a moral defeat more than anything else. His mind was made up to remain in the mountains until he starved, or until he had removed those shameful ropes, his own rope. At that thought he writhed again. But here an arroyo opening in the ragged wall of a cliff caught his eye. He turned his horse into it and continued on his way until he saw a projecting rock with a ragged edge, left where a great fragment had recently fallen away. Here he found it strangely awkward and even perilous to dismount without his hands to balance his weight as he shifted out of the stirrups. In spite of his care, he stumbled over a loose rock as he struck the ground and rolled flat on his back. He got up, grinding his teeth. His hands were tied behind him. He turned his back on the broken rock and sawed the ropes against it. To his dismay, he felt the rock edge crumble away. It was some chalky, friable stuff, and it gave at the first friction. Beads of moisture started out on the sheriff's forehead. Hastily he started on down the arroyo and found another rock with an edge not nearly so favorable in appearance, but this time it was granite. He leaned his back against it and rubbed with a short shoulder motion until his arms ached. But it was a happy labor. He felt the rock edge taking hold of the ropes, fraying the strands to weakness, and then eating into them. It was very slow work. The sun drifted up to noon, and still he was leaning against that rock, working patiently, with his head near to bursting, and perspiration, which he could not wipe away, running down to blind him. Finally, when his brain was beginning to reel with the heat, and his shoulders ached to numbness, the last strand parted. The sheriff dropped down to the ground to rest. Presently he drew out his jackknife and methodically cut the remaining bonds. It came to him suddenly as he stood up that someone might have seen this singular performance and carried the tale away for future laughter. The thought drove the sheriff mad. He swung savagely into the saddle and drove his horse at a dead run among the perilous going of that gorge. When he reached the plain, he paused, hesitant between a bulldog desire to follow the trail single-handed into the mountains and run down the pair, and a knowledge that he who retreats has an added power that would make such a pursuit rash beyond words. A phrase which he had coined for the gossips of Woodville came back into his mind. He was no longer as young as he once was, and even at his prime he shrewdly doubted his ability to cope with Riley Sinclair. With the weight of Gaspar thrown in, the thing became an impossibility. Gaspar might be a weakling, but a man who was capable of murder was always dangerous. To have been thwarted once was shame enough, but he dared not risk two failures with one man. He must have help in plenty from Woodville, and fate willing, he would one day have the pleasure of looking down into the dead face of Sinclair, one day have the unspeakable joy of seeing the slender form of Gaspar dangling from the end of a rope. His mind was filled with the wicked pleasure of these pictures until he came suddenly upon Woodville. He drew his horse back to a dog trot to enter the town. It was a short street that led through Woodville, but short though it was, the news that something was wrong with the sheriff reached the heart of the town before he did. Men were already pouring out on the veranda of the hotel. "Where is he, Sheriff?" was the greeting. Never before had that question been asked. He switched to one side in his saddle and made the speech that startled the mind of Woodville for many a day. "Boys, I've been double-crossed. Have any of you heard tell of Riley Sinclair?" He waited apparently calm. Inwardly he was breathless with excitement. For according to the size of Riley's reputation as a formidable man would be the size of his disgrace. There was a brief pause. Old Shaw filled the gap, and he filled it to the complete satisfaction of the sheriff. "Young Hopkins was figured for the hardest man up in Montana way," he said. "That was till Riley Sinclair beat him. What about Sinclair?" "It was him that double-crossed me," said the sheriff, vastly relieved. "He come like a friend, stuck me up on the trail when I wasn't looking for no trouble, and he got away with Gaspar." A chorus, astonished, eager. "What did he do it for?" "No man'll ever know," said the sheriff. "Why not?" "Because Sinclair'll be dead before he has a chance to look a jury in the face." There were more questions. The little crowd had got its breath again, and the words came in volleys. The sheriff cut sharply through the noise. "Where's Bill Wood?" "He's in town now. Charlie, will you find Bill for me and ask him to slide over to my office? Thanks. Where's Arizona and Red Chalmers?" "They went back to the ranch." "Be a terrible big favor if you'd go out and try and find 'em for me, boys." "Where's Joe Stockton?" "Up to the Lewis place." Old Shaw struck in. "You ain't making no mistake in picking the best you can get. You'll need 'em for this Riley Sinclair. I've heard tell about 'em a pile." The very best that Woodville and its vicinity could offer was indeed what the sheriff was selecting. Another man would have looked for numbers, but the sheriff knew well enough that numbers meant little speed, and speed was one of the main essentials for the task that lay before him. He knew each of the men he had named, and he had known them for years, with the exception of Arizona, but the latter, coming up from the Southland, had swiftly proved his ability in many a brawl. Bill Wood was a peerless trailer. Red Chalmers would, the sheriff felt, be one day a worthy aspirant for the office which he now held. And Red was the only man the sheriff felt who could succeed to that perilous office. As for Joe Stockton, he was distinctly bad medicine, but in a case like this it might very well be that poison would be the antidote for poison. Of all the men the sheriff knew, Joe was the neatest hand with a gun. The trouble with Joe was that he appreciated his own ability and was fond of exhibiting his prowess. Having sent out for his assistants on the chase, the sheriff retired to his office and set his affairs in order. There was not a great deal of paperwork connected with his position. In 20 minutes he had cleared his desk, and by the time he had finished this task, the first of his posse had sauntered into the doorway and stood leaning idly there, rolling a cigarette. "Have a chair, Bill, will you?" said the sheriff. He tilted back in his own and tossed his heels to the top of his desk. "Getting sort of warm today, ain't it?" Bill Wood had never seen the sheriff so cheerful. He sat down gingerly, knowing well that some task of great danger lay before them. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Rangeland Avenger by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. All that Gaspar dreaded in Riley Sinclair had come true. The schoolteacher drew his horse as far away as the trail allowed and rode on in silence. Finally there was a stumble, and it seemed as if the words were jarred out from his lips, hitherto closely compressed. "You killed Quade?" A scowl was his answer, but he persisted in the inquiry with a sort of trembling curiosity, though he could see the angry emotions rise in Sinclair. The emotion of a murderer, perhaps. "How?" "With a gun, fool. How do you think?" Even that did not halt John Gaspar. "Was it a fair fight?" "Maybe, maybe not. It won't bring him back to life." Riley laughed with savage satisfaction. Gaspar watched him as a bird might watch a snake. He had heard tales of men who could find satisfaction in a murder, but he had never believed that a human being could actually gloat over his own savagery. He stared at Riley as if he were looking at a wild beast that must be placated. Thereafter the talk was short. Now and again Sinclair gave some curt direction, but they put mile after mile behind them without a single phrase interchanged. Gaspar began to slump in the saddle. It brought a fierce rebuke from Sinclair. "Straighten up. Put some of your weight in them stirrups. Do you think any horse can buck up when it's carrying a pile of lead? Come alive." "It's the heat. It takes my strength," protested Gaspar. "Curse you and your strength. I wouldn't trade all of you for one ear of the horse you're riding. Do what I tell you." Without protest, without a flush of shame at this brutal abuse, John Gaspar attempted to obey. Then, as they topped a rise and reached the crest of a range of hills, Gaspar cried out in surprise. Sour Creek lay in the hollow beneath them. "But you're running straight into the face of danger." "Don't tell me what I'm doing. I know, maybe, all by myself." He checked his horse and sat his saddle, eyeing Gaspar with such disgust, such concentrated scorn and contempt, that the schoolteacher winced. "I've brought you in sight of the town so you can go home." "And be hanged?" "You won't be hanged. I'll send a confession along with you. I've busted the law once. They're after me. They might as well have some more reasons for hitting my trail." "But is it fair to you?" asked Gaspar, intertwining his nervous fingers. Sinclair heard the words and eyed the gesture with unutterable disgust. At last he could speak. "Fair?" he asked in scorn. "Since when have you been interested in playing fair? Takes a man with some nerve to play fair. You've spoiled my game, Gaspar. You've blocked me every way from the start, Cold Feet. I killed Quade, and there's another in Sour Creek that needs killing. That's something you can do. Go on down and tell the sheriff when he happens along, and show him my confession. Go down and tell him that I ain't running away, that I'm staying close, and that I'm going to nab my second man right under his nose. That'll give him something to think about." He favored the schoolteacher with another black look, and then swung out of the saddle, throwing his reins. He sat down with his back to a stunted tree. Gaspar dismounted likewise and hovered near, after the fashion of a man who is greatly worried. He watched while Sinclair deliberately took out an old stained envelope and a stub of a pencil and started to write. His brows knitted in pain with the effort. Suddenly Gaspar cried out, "Don't do it, Mr. Sinclair." A slight lifting of Sinclair's heavy brows showed that he had heard, but he did not raise his head. "Don't do what?" "Don't try to kill that second man. Don't do it." Gaspar was rewarded with a sneer. "Why not?" The schoolteacher was desperately eager. His glance roved from the set face of the cowpuncher and through the scragged branches of the tree. "You'll be damned for it in your own mind. At heart you're a good man. I swear you are. And now you throw yourself away. Won't you try to open your mind and see this another way?" "Not an inch, kid. I gave my word for this to a dead man. I told you about a friend of mine." "I'll never forget." "I gave him my word, though he never heard it. If I have to wait 50 years, I'll live long enough to kill the gent that's in Sour Creek now. The other day I had him under my gun. Think of it. I let him go." "And you'll let him go again, Sinclair. Murder isn't your nature. You're better than you think." "Close up," growled the cowpuncher. "It ain't no Saturday night party for me to write. Keep still till I finish." He resumed his labor of writing, drawing out each letter carefully. He had reached a signature when a low call from John Gaspar alarmed him. He looked up to find the little man pointing and staring up the trail. A horseman had just dropped over the crest and was winding leisurely down toward the plain below. "We can get behind that knoll, perhaps, before he sees us," suggested Jig in a whisper. His suggestion met with no favor. "You hear me talk, son," said Sinclair dryly. "That gent ain't carrying no guns, which means that he ain't on our trail. We being figured particularly desperate." He pointed this remark with a cold survey of the desperate Jig. "Best way to make danger follow you, Jig, is to run away from it. We stay put." He emphasized the remark by stretching luxuriously. Gaspar, however, did not seem to hear the last words. Something about the strange horseman had apparently riveted his interest. His last gesture was arrested halfway, and his color changed perceptibly. "You stay then, Mr. Sinclair," he said hurriedly. "I'm going to slip down the hill and—" "You stay where you are," cut in Sinclair. "But I have a reason." "Your reason ain't no good. You stay put, you hear?" It seemed that a torrent of explanation was about to pour from the lips of Jig, but he restrained himself, white of face, and sank down in the shade of the tree. Then he stretched himself out hastily, with his hands cupped behind his head and his hat tilted so far down over his face that his entire head was hidden. Sinclair followed these proceedings with a lackluster eye. "When you do move, Jig," he said, "you ain't so slow about it. That's pretty good faking, take it all in all. But why don't you want this strange gent to see your face?" A slight shudder was the only reply. Then Jig lay deadly still. In the meantime, before Sinclair could pursue his questions, the horseman was almost upon him. The cowpuncher regarded him with distinct approval. He was a man of the country, and he showed it. As his pony slouched down the slope, picking its way dexterously among the rocks, the rider met each jolt on the way with an easy swing of his shoulders, riding straight up, just enough of his weight falling into the stirrups to break the jar on the back of the mustang. The stranger drew up on the trail and swung the head of his horse in toward the tree, raising his hand in a cavalier greeting. He was a sun-browned fellow, as tall as Sinclair and more heavily built. As for his age, he seemed in that joyous prime of physical life. 25. Sinclair nodded amiably. "Might that be Sour Creek yonder?" asked the brown man. "It might be. I reckon it is. Get down and rest your hoss." "Thanks. Maybe I will." He dropped to the ground and eased and stiffened his knees to get out the cramp of long riding. Off the horse he seemed even bigger and more capable than before, and now that he had come sufficiently close so that the shadow of a sombrero brim did not partially mask the upper part of his face, it seemed to Sinclair that about the eyes he was not nearly so prepossessing as around the clean-cut fighter's mouth and chin. The eyes were just a trifle too small, a trifle too close together. Yet on the whole he was a handsome fellow as he pushed back his hat and wiped his forehead dry with a gray silk handkerchief. Sinclair noted furthermore that the other had a proper cowpuncher's pride in his dress. His bench-made boots molded his long and slender feet to a nicety, and fit like gloves around the high instep. The polished spurs, with their spoon-handle curve, gleamed and flashed as he stepped with a faint jingling. The braid of his sombrero was a thing of price. These details Sinclair noted. The rest did not matter. "The kid's asleep?" asked the stranger, casting a careless glance at the slim form of Jig. "I reckon so. He done it almighty sudden. Thought I seen him up and walking around when I come over the hill." "You got good eyes," said Sinclair, but he was instantly put on the defensive. He was heartily tired of Cold Feet Gaspar, his peculiarities, his whims, his weaknesses. But Cold Feet was his riding companion, and this was a stranger. He was thrown suddenly into the position of a defender of the helpless. "That's the way with these kids," he confided carelessly to the stranger. "They get out and ride fast for a couple of hours. Full of ambition, they are. But when a growed man gets warmed up to his work, they're through. The kid's tired out." "Come far?" asked the stranger. "Tolerable long ways." Sinclair disliked questions, and for each interrogation his opinion of the newcomer descended lower and lower. His own father had raised him on a stern pattern. "What you mean by questions, Riley? What you can't figure out with your own eyes and ears and good common horse sense, most likely the other gent don't want you to know." Thereafter he had schooled himself in this particular point. He could suppress all curiosity and go 6 months without knowing more than the nickname of a boon companion. "You come from Sour Creek, maybe?" went on the other. "Sorta," replied Sinclair dryly. His companion proceeded to dispense information on his own part so as to break the ice. "I'm Jude Cartwright." He paused significantly, but Sinclair's face was a blank. "Glad to know you, Mr. Cartwright. Mostly they call me Long Riley." "How are you, Riley?" They shook hands heartily. Cartwright took a place on the ground, cross-legged and not far from Sinclair. "I guess you don't know me?" he asked pointedly. "I guess not." "I'm of the Jesse Cartwright family." Sinclair smiled blankly. "Lucky Cartwright was my dad's name." "That so?" "I guess you ain't ever been up Montana way," said the stranger in disgust, which he hardly veiled. "Not much," said Sinclair blandly. "I wish that I was back up there. This is a hole of a country down here." "Hossflesh and time will take you back, I reckon." "I reckon they will, when my job's done." He turned a disparaging eye upon Sour Creek and its vicinity. Now who would want to live in a town like that? Can you tell me?" It occurred very strongly to Riley Sinclair that Cartwright had not yet fully ascertained whether or not his companion came from that very town. And although, the day before, he had decided that Sour Creek was most undesirable and all that pertained to it, this unmasked confirmation of his own opinion grated on his nerves. "Well, there seems to be a few that gets along tolerable well in that town, partner." "They's 10 fools for every one wise man," declared Cartwright sententiously. Sinclair veiled his eyes with a downward glance. He dared not let the other see the cold gleam which he knew was coming into them. "I guess them's true words." "Tolerable true," admitted Cartwright. "But I've rode a long ways, and this ain't much to find at the end of the trail." "Maybe it'll pan out pretty well after all." "If Sour Creek holds the person I'm after, I'll call it a good paying game." "I hope you find your friend," remarked Riley, with his deceptive softness of tone. "Friend, hell! And that's where this friend will wish me when I heave in sight. You can lay to that, and long odds." Sinclair waited, but the other changed his tack at once. "If you ain't from Sour Creek, I guess you can't tell me what I want to know." "Maybe not." The brown man looked about him for diversion. Presently his eyes rested on Cold Feet, who had not stirred during all this interval. "Son?" "Nope." "Kid brother?" "Nope." Cartwright frowned. "Not much of nothing, I figure," he said with marked insolence. "Maybe not," replied Sinclair, and again he glanced down. "He's slept long enough, I reckon," declared the brown man. "Let's have a look at him. Hey, kid!" Cold Feet quivered, but seemed lost in a profound sleep. Cartwright reached for a small stone and juggled it in the palm of his hand. "This'll surprise him," he chuckled. "Better not," murmured Sinclair. "Why not?" "Might land on his face and hurt him." "It won't hurt him bad. Besides, the kid ought to learn not to sleep in the daytime. Ain't a good idea any way you look at it. Puts fog in the head." He poised the stone. "You might hit his eye, you see," said Sinclair. "Leave that to me." But as his arm twisted back for the throw, the hand of Riley Sinclair flashed out and lean fingers crushed the wrist of Cartwright. Yet Sinclair's voice was still soft. "Better not," he said. They sat confronting each other for a moment. The stone dropped from the numbed fingers of Cartwright, and Sinclair released his wrist. Their characters were more easily read in the crisis. Cartwright's face flushed, and a purple vein ran down his forehead between the eyes. Sinclair turned pale. He seemed, indeed, almost afraid, and apparently Cartwright took his cue from the pallor. "I see," he said sneeringly. "You got your guns on. Is that it?" Sinclair slipped off the cartridge belt. "Do I look better to you now?" "A pile better," said Cartwright. They rose, still confronting each other. It was strange how swiftly they had plunged into strife. "I guess you'd better be rolling along, Cartwright." "Nope. I guess I like it tolerable well under this here tree." "Except that I come here first, partner." "And maybe you'll be the first to leave." "I'll have to be persuaded a pile." "How's this to start you along?" He flicked the back of his hand across the lips of Sinclair, and then sprang back as far as his long legs would carry him. So doing, the first leap of Sinclair missed him, and when the cowpuncher turned he was met with a stunning blow on the side of the head. At once the blind anger faded from the eyes of Riley. By the weight of that blow he knew that he had encountered a worthy foeman, and by the position of Cartwright he could tell that he had met a confident one. The big fellow was perfectly poised, with his weight well back on his right foot, his left foot feeling his way over the rough ground as he advanced, always collected for a heavy blow or for a leap in any direction. He carried his guard high, with apparent contempt for an attack on his body, after the manner of a practiced boxer. As for Riley Sinclair, boxing was Greek to him. His battles had been those of bullets and sharp steel, or sudden brutal fracas, where the rule was to strike with the first weapon that came to hand. This single encounter, hand to hand, was more or less a novelty to him, but instead of abashing or cowing him, it merely brought to the surface all his coldness of mind, all of his cunning. He circled Cartwright, his long arms dangling low, his step soft and quick as the stride of a great cat, and always there was thought in his face. One gained an impression that if he ever closed with his enemy, the battle would end. Apparently, even Cartwright gained that impression. His own brute confidence of skill and power was suddenly tinged with doubt. Instead of waiting, he led suddenly with his left, a blow that tilted the head of Sinclair back, and then sprang in with a crushing right. It was poor tactics, for half of a boxer's nice skill is lost in a plunging attack. The second blow shot humming past Sinclair as the latter dodged, and before the brown man could recover his poise, the cowpuncher had dived in under the guarding arms. A shrill cry rose from Cold Feet, a cry so sharp and shrill that it sent a chill down the back of Sinclair. For a moment he whirled with the weight of his struggling, cursing enemy, and then his right hand shot up over the shoulder of Cartwright and clutched his chin. With that leverage, one convulsive jerk threw Cartwright heavily back. He rolled on his side, with Sinclair following like a wildcat. But Cartwright, as he fell, had closed his finger on a jagged little stone. Sinclair saw the blow coming, swerved from it, and straightway went mad. The brown man became a helpless bulk. The knee of Sinclair was planted on his shoulders. The taloned fingers of Sinclair were buried in his throat. Then he saw it, only dimly through his red anger, and hardly felt it at all. Jig's hands were tearing at his wrists. He looked up in dull surprise into the face of John Gaspar. "For heaven's sake," Jig was pleading, "stop!" But what checked Sinclair was not the schoolteacher. Cartwright had been fighting with the fury of one who sees death only inches away. Suddenly he grew limp. "You!" he cried. "You!" To the astonishment of Sinclair, the gaze of the beaten man rested directly upon the face of Jig. "Yes," Gaspar admitted faintly, "it is I." Sinclair released his grip and stood back, while Cartwright, stumbling to his feet, stood wavering, breathing harshly and fingering his injured throat. "I knew I'd find you," he said, "but I never dreamed I'd find you like this." "I know what you think," said Cold Feet, utterly colorless. "But you think wrong, Jude. You think entirely wrong. You lie like a devil. On my honor." "Honor? You ain't got none. Honor?" He flung himself into his saddle. "Now that I've located you, the next time I come it'll be with a gun." He turned a convulsed face toward Sinclair. "And that goes for you." "Partner," said Riley Sinclair, "that's the best thing I've heard you say. Until then, so long." The other wrenched his horse about and went down the trail at a reckless gallop, plunging out of view around the first shoulder of a hill. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Rangeland Avenger by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sinclair watched him out of sight. He turned to find that Jig had slumped against a tree and stood with his arm thrown across his face. It reminded him with a curious pang of mingled pity and disgust of the way Gaspar had faced the masked men of Sour Creek's posse the day before. There was the same unmanly abnegation of the courage to meet danger and look it in the eye. Here again the schoolteacher was wincing from the very memory of a crisis. "Look here!" exclaimed Sinclair. His contempt rang in his voice. "There ain't any danger now. Turn around here and buck up. Keep your chin high and look a man in the face, will you?" Slowly the arm descended. He found himself looking into a white and tortured face. His respect for the schoolteacher rose somewhat. The very fact that the little man could endure such pain in silence, no matter what that pain might be, was something to his credit. "Now come out with it, Gaspar. You double-crossed this Cartwright, eh?" "Yes," whispered Jig. "Will you tell me? Not that I make a business of prying into the affairs of other gents, but I figure I might be able to help you straighten things out with this Cartwright." He made a wry face and then rubbed the side of his head where a lump was slowly growing. "Of all the gents that I ever seen," said Sinclair softly, "I ain't never seen none that made me want to tangle with 'em so powerful bad. And all of the poisoned fatheads, all the mean, sneaking, advantage-taking skunks that ever I run up against, this gent Cartwright is the worst. If his hide was worth $1,000,000 an inch, I would have it. If he was to pay me 100,000 a day, I wouldn't be his pal for a minute." He paused. Then, "Taking him by and large is my sentiment about this here Cartwright. So open up and tell me what you done to him." To his very real surprise, the schoolteacher shook his head. "I can't do it." Said Sinclair, cut to the quick. "Can't you trust me with it, eh?" "Ah," murmured Gaspar, "of all the men in the world, you're the one I'd tell it to most easily. But I can't. I can't." "I don't care whether you tell me or not. Whatever you've done, it must have been plumb bad if you can't even tell it to a gent that likes Cartwright like he likes poison." "It was bad," said Jig slowly. "It was very bad. It was a sin. Until I die I can never repay him for what I have done." Sinclair recovered some of his good nature at this outburst of self-accusation. "I'll be hanged if I believe it," he declared bluntly. "Not a word of it. When you come right down to the point, you'll find out that you ain't been half so bad as you think. The way I figure you is this, Jig. You ain't so bad, except you ain't got no nerve. Was it a matter of losing your nerve that made Cartwright mad at you?" "Yes, it was altogether that." Sinclair sighed. "Too bad. I don't blame you for not wanting to talk about it. They's a flaw in everything, Jig, and this is yours. If I was to be around you much, you know what I'd do?" "What?" "I'd try to plumb forget about this flaw of yours, that's a fact. But as far as Cartwright goes, to blazes with him. And that's where he's apt to wind up pronto, if he's as good as his word and comes after me with a gun. In the meantime, you grab your horse, kid, and slide back into Sour Creek and show the boys this here confession I've written. You can add one thing. I didn't put it in because I knowed they wouldn't believe me. I killed Quade fair and square. I gave him the first move for his gun, and then I beat him to the draw and killed him on an even break. That's the straight of it. I know they won't believe it. Matter of fact, I'm saying it for you, Jig, more than I am for them." It was an amazing thing to see the sudden light that flooded the face of the schoolteacher. "And I do believe you, Sinclair," he said. "With all my heart I believe you, and know you couldn't have taken an unfair advantage." Muttered Riley. "It ain't bad to hear you say that. And now trot along, son." Cold Feet made no move to obey. "Not that I wouldn't like to have you along, but where I got to go you'd be a weight around my neck. Besides, your game is to show the folks down yonder that you ain't a murderer, and that paper I've given you will prove it. We'll drift together along the trail part way, and down yonder I'll turn up for the tall timber." To all this Jig returned no answer, but in a peculiarly lifeless manner went to his horse and climbed in his awkward way into the saddle. They went down the trail slowly. "Because," explained the cowpuncher, "if I save my horse's wind, I may be saving my own life." Where the trail bent like an elbow and shot sheer down for the plain and Sour Creek, Riley Sinclair pointed his horse's nose up to the taller mountains. But Jig sat his horse in melancholy silence and looked mournfully up at his companion. "So long," said Sinclair cheerily. "And when you get down yonder, it'll happen most likely that pretty soon you'll hear a lot of hard things about Riley Sinclair." "If I do, if I hear a syllable against you," cried the schoolteacher with a flare of color, I'll drive the words back into their teeth." He shook with his emotion. Riley Sinclair shook with controlled laughter. "Would you do all that, partner? Well, I believe you'd try. What I mean to say is this. No matter what they say, you can lay to it that Sinclair has tried to play square and clean according to his own lights, which ain't always the best in the world. So long." There was no answer. He found himself looking down into the quivering face of the schoolteacher. "Why, kid, you look all busted up." "Riley," gasped Jig very faintly, "I can't go." "And why not?" "Because I can't meet Jude." "Cartwright, huh? But you gotta go, sooner or later." "I'll die first." "Would your nerve hold you up through that?" "So easily," said Jig. There was such a simple gravity and despair in his expression that Sinclair believed it. He grunted and stared hard. "This Cartwright gent is worse than death to you." "1,000,000 times." "How come?" "I can't tell you." "I kind of wish," said Sinclair thoughtfully, "that I'd kept my grip a mite longer." "No, no." "You don't wish him dead?" Jig shuddered. "You plumb beat me, partner. And now you want to come along with me." Sinclair grinned. "An outlaw's life ain't what it's cracked up to be, son. You'd last about a day doing what I have to do." "You'll find," said the schoolteacher eagerly, "that I can stand it amazingly well. I'll be far stronger than you expect." "Somehow I kind of believe it. But it's for your own fool sake, son, that I don't want you along." "Let me try," pleaded Jig eagerly. The other shook his head and seemed to change his mind in the very midst of the gesture. "Why not?" he asked himself. "You'll get enough of it inside of a day, and then you'll find out that there's some things as bad as death or Cartwright. Come on, kid." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Rangeland Avenger by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was a weary ride that brought them to the end of that day and to a camping place. It seemed to Jig that the world was made up of nothing but the ups and downs of that mountain trail. Now, as the sun went down, they came out on a flat shoulder of the mountain. Far below them lay Sour Creek, lost in the shadow of premature night which filled the valley. "Here we are, fixed up as comfortable as can be," said Sinclair cheerily. "There's water and there's wood aplenty. What could a gent ask for more? And here's my country." For a moment his expression softened as he looked over the black peaks stepping away to the north. Now he pointed out a grove of trees, and on the other side of the little plateau was heard the murmur of a feeble spring. Riley swung down easily from the saddle, but when Jig dismounted, his knees buckled with weariness and he slipped down on a rock. He was unheeded for a moment by the cowpuncher, who was removing from his saddle the quarters of a deer which he had shot
at the foot of the mountain. When this task was ended, a stern voice brought Jig to his feet. "What's all this? How come? Going to let that horse stand there all night with his saddle on? Hurry up!" "All right," replied the schoolteacher, but his voice quaked with weariness, and the cinch knot, drawn tight by the powerful hand of Jerry Bent, refused to loosen. He struggled with it until his fingers ached, and his panicky breath came in gasps of nervous excitement. Presently he was aware of the tall dark form of Sinclair behind him, his saddle slung across his arm. "By guns," muttered Sinclair, "it ain't possible. Not enough muscle to untie a knot. It's a good thing that your father can't see the sort of son that he turned out. Let me at that." Under his strong fingers the knot gave by magic. "Now yank that saddle off and put it yonder with mine." Jig pulled back the saddle, but when the full weight jerked down on him, he staggered, and he began to drag the heavy load. "Hey!" cut in the voice of the tyrant. "Want to spoil that saddle, kid? Lift it, can't you?" Gaspar obeyed with a start, and, having placed it in the required position, turned and waited guiltily. "Time you was learning something about camping out," declared the cowpuncher, "and I'll teach you. Take this axe and give me some wood pronto." He handed over a short axe, heavy-headed and small of haft. "That brush yonder, that's dead, or dead enough for us." Plainly Jig was in awe of that axe. He carried it well out from his side, as if he feared the least touch against his leg might mean a cut. Of all this Riley Sinclair was aware, with a gradually darkening expression. He had been partly won to Jig that day, but his better opinion of the schoolteacher was being fast undermined. With a gloomy eye he watched John Gaspar drop on his knees at the base of the designated shrub and raise the axe slowly in both hands. Not only that, but the head remained poised, hung over the schoolteacher's shoulder. When the blow fell, instead of striking solidly on the trunk of the brush, it crashed futilely through a branch. Riley Sinclair drew closer to watch. It was excusable, perhaps, for a man to be unable to ride or to shoot or to face other men, but it was inconceivable that any living creature should be so clumsy with a common axe. To his consummate disgust, the work of Jig became worse and worse. No two blows fell on the same spot. The trunk of the little tree became bruised, but even when the edge of the axe did not strike on a branch, at most it merely sliced into the outer surface of the wood and left the heart untouched. It was a process of gnawing, not of chopping. To crown the terrible exhibition, Jig now rested from his labors and examined the palms of his hands, which had become a bright red. "Give me the axe," said Sinclair shortly. He dared not trust himself to more speech, and snatching it from the hands of Cold Feet, buried the blade into the very heart of the trunk. Another blow, driven home with equal power and precision on the opposite side, made the tree shudder to its top, and the third blow sent it swishing to the earth. This brought a short cry of admiration and wonder from the schoolteacher, for which Sinclair rewarded him with one glance of contempt. With sweeping strokes he cleared away the half-dead branches. Presently the trunk was naked. On it Riley now concentrated his attack, making the short axe whistle over his shoulders. The trunk of the shrub was divided into handy portions as if by magic. Still John Gaspar stood by, gaping, apparently finding nothing to do, and this with the camp barely started. It was easier to do oneself, however, than to give directions to such stupidity. Sinclair swept up an armful of wood and strode off to the spot he had selected for the campfire. Near the place where the spring water ran into a small pool.
couple of big rocks thrown in place furnished a windbreak. Between them he heaped dead twigs, and in a moment the flame was leaping. As soon as the fire was lighted, they became aware that the night was well nigh upon them. Hitherto the day had seemed some distance from its final end, for there was still color in the sky, and the tops of the western mountains were still bright. But with the presence of fire brightness, the rest of the world became dim. The western peaks were ghostly. The sky faded to the ashes of its former splendor, and Jig found himself looking down upon thick night in the lower valleys. He saw the eyes of the horses glistening as they raised their heads to watch. The gaunt form of Sinclair seemed enormous. Stooping about the fire, enormous shadows drifted above and behind him. Sometimes the light flushed over his lean face and glinted in his eyes. Again his head was lost in shadow, and perhaps only the active, reaching hands were illuminated brightly. He prepared the deer meat with incomprehensible swiftness, at the same time arranging the fire so that it rapidly burned down to a firm, strong, level bed of coals, and by the time the bed of coals were ready, the meat was prepared in thick steaks to broil over it. In a little time the rich brown of the cooking venison streaked across the Jig. He had kept at a distance up to this time, realizing that he was in disgrace. Now he drifted near. He was rewarded by an amiable grin from Riley Sinclair, whose ugly humor seemed to have vanished at the odor of the broiling meat. "Watch this meat cook, kid, will you? There's something you can do that don't take no muscle and don't take no knowledge. All you got to do is to keep listening with your nose. And if you smell it burning, yank her off. Understand? And don't let the fire blaze. She's apt to flare up at the corners, you see. And these here twigs is apt to burn through, these ones that keep the meat off'n the coals. Watch them, too. And that's all you got to do. Can you manage all them things at once?" Jiggs nodded gravely, as though he failed to see the contempt. "I seen a fine patch of grass down the hill a bit. I'm going to take the horses down there and hobble 'em out." Whistling, Sinclair strode off down the hill, leading the horses after him. The schoolteacher watched him go, and when the forms had vanished and only the echo of the whistling blew back, he looked up. The last life was gone from the sunset. The last time he glanced up, there had been only a few dim stars. Now they had come down in multitudes, great yellow planets and whole rifts of steel blue stars. He took from his pocket the old envelope which Sinclair had given him, examined the scribbled confession, chuckling at the crude labor with which the writing had been drawn out, and then deliberately stuffed the paper into a corner of the fire. It flamed up, singeing the cooking meat, but John Gaspar paid no heed. He was staring off down the hill to make sure that Sinclair should not return in time to see that little act of destruction. An act of self-destruction, too, it well might turn out to be. As for Sinclair, having found his pasture land, where the grass grew thick and tall, he was in no hurry to return to his clumsy companion. He listened for a time to the sound of the horses, ripping away the grass close to the ground, and to the grating as they chewed. Then he turned his attention to the mountains. His spirit was easier in this place. He breathed more easily. There was a sense of freedom at once and companionship. He lingered so long, indeed, that he suddenly became aware that time had slipped away from him, and that the venison must be long since done. At that, he hurried back up the slope. He was hungry, ravenously hungry, but the first thing that greeted him was the scent of burning meat. It stopped him short, and his hands gripped involuntarily. In that first burst of passion he wanted literally to wring the neck of the schoolteacher. He strode closer. It was as he thought. The twigs had burned away from beneath the stake and allowed it to drop into the cinders. And beside the dying fire, barely illuminated by it, sat Jig, sound asleep, with his head resting on his knees. For a moment Sinclair had to fight with himself for control. All his murderous, evil temper had flared up into his brain and set his teeth gritting. At length he could trust himself enough to reach down and set his heavy grip on the shoulder of the sleeper. Even in sleep Jig must have been pursued by a burdened consciousness of guilt. Now he jerked up his head and stammered up to the shadowy face of Sinclair. I don't know. All at once it happened. You see the fire." But the telltale odor of the charring meat struck his nostrils, and his speech died away. He was panting with fear of consequences. Now a new turn came to the fear of Cold Feet. It seemed that Riley Sinclair's hand had frozen at the touch of the soft flesh of Jig's shoulder. He remained for a long moment without stirring. When his hand moved, it was to take Jig under the chin with marvelous firmness and gentleness at once and lift the face of the schoolteacher. He seemed to find much to read there, much to study and know. Whatever it was, it set Jig trembling until suddenly he shrank away, cowering against the rock behind. "You don't think..." But the voice of Sinclair broke in with a note in it that Jig had never heard before. "Guns and glory! A woman!" It came over him with a rush, that revelation which explains so many things, everything in fact, all the strange cowardice and all the stranger grace, the unmanly shrinking, that more than manly contempt for death. Now the firelight was too feeble to show more than one thing, the haunted eyes of the girl as she cowered away from him. He saw her hand drop from her breast to her holster and close around the butt of her revolver. Sinclair grew cold and sick. After all, what reason had she to trust him? He drew back and began to walk up and down with long, slow strides. The girl followed him and saw his gaunt figure brush across the stars. She saw the wind furl and unfurl the wide brim of his hat, and she heard the faint stir and clink of his spurs at every step. There was a tumult in the brain of the cowpuncher. The stars and the sky and the mountains and wind went out. There was nothing in the electric presence of this new Jig. His mind flashed back to one picture: Cold Feet, with her hands tied behind her back, praying under the cottonwood. Shame turned the cowpuncher hot and then cold. He allowed his mind to drift back over his thousand insults, his brutal language, his cursing, his mockery, his open contempt. There was a tingle in his ears and a chill running up and down his spine. After all that brutality, what mysterious sense had told her to trust to him rather than to Sour Creek and its men? Other mysteries flocked into his mind. Why had she come to the very verge of death with a rope around her neck rather than reveal her identity, knowing as she must know that in the mountain desert men feel some touch of holiness in every woman? He remembered Cartwright, tall, handsome, and narrow of eye, and the fear of the girl. Suddenly he wished with all his soul that he had fought with guns that day and not with fists. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Rangeland Avenger by Max Brand. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At length the continued silence of the girl made him turn. Perhaps she had slipped away. His heart was chilled at the thought. Turning, he sighed with relief to find her still there. Without a word he went back and rekindled the fire, placed new venison steaks over it, and broiled them with silent care. Not a sound from Jig, not a sound from the cowpuncher, while the meat hissed, blackened, and at length was done to a turn. He laid portions of it on broad, white, clean chips, which he had already prepared, and served her. Still in silence she ate. Shame held Sinclair. He dared not look at her, and he was glad when the fire lost some of its brightness. Now and then he looked with wonder across the mountains. All his life they had been faces to him, and the wind had been a voice. Now all this was nothing but dead stuff. There was no purpose in the march of the mountains, except that they led to the place where Jig sat. He twisted together a cup of bark and brought her water from the spring. She thanked him with words that he did not hear. He was so intent in watching her face as the firelight played on it. Now that he held the clue, everything was as plain as day. New light played on the past. Turning away, he put new fuel on the fire, and when he looked to her again, she had unbelted the revolver and was putting it away, as if she realized that this would not help her if she were in danger. When at length she spoke, it was the same voice, and yet how new! The quality in it made Sinclair sit a little straighter. "You have a right to know everything I can tell you. Do you wish to hear?" For another moment he smoked in solemn silence. He found that he was wishing for the story, not so much because of its strangeness, but because he wanted that voice to run on indefinitely. Yet he weighed the question pro and con. "Here's the point, Jig," he said at last. "I've got a good deal to make up to you. In the first place, I pretty near let you get strung up for a killing I done myself. Then I've been treating you pretty hard. Take it all in all, you've got a story, and I don't deny that I'd like to hear it. But it don't seem a story that you're fond of telling, and I ain't got no right to ask for it. All I ask to know is one thing. When you stood there under that cottonwood tree with a rope around your neck, did you know that all you had to do was to tell us that you was a woman to get off free?" "Of course." "And you'd sooner have hung than tell us?" "Yes." Sinclair sighed. "Maybe I've said this before, but I got to say it again. Jig, you plumb beat me." He brushed his hand across his forehead. "Suppose it had been done. Suppose I'd let him go ahead and string you up. They'd have been a terrible bad time ahead for them 7 men. We'd all have been grabbed and lynched. A woman!" He put the word off by itself. Then he was surprised to hear her laughing softly. Now that he knew, it was all woman, that voice. "It wasn't really courage, Riley. After you had said half a dozen words, I knew you were square, and that you knew I was innocent. So I didn't worry very much, except just after you sentenced me to hang." "Don't go back to that. I sure been a plumb fool. But why would you have gone ahead and let that hanging happen?" "Because I'd rather die than be known, except to you." "You leave me out." "I'd trust you to the end of everything, Riley." "I believe you would, Jig. I honestly believe you would. Heaven knows why." "Because." "That ain't a reason." "A very good woman's reason. For one thing, you let me come along when you know that I'm a weight and you're in danger. But you don't know what it means if I go back. You can't know. I know it's wrong and cowardly for me to stay and imperil you, but I am a coward, and I'm afraid to go back." "Hush up," murmured Sinclair. "Hush up, girl. Is there anybody asking you to go back? But you don't really figure on hanging out here with me in the mountains, me having most of the gents in these parts out looking for my scalp. If you think that I won't be such an encumbrance that I'll greatly endanger you, Riley."
muttered Sinclair. "I'll take that chance. But there's another thing." "Well?" "It ain't exactly natural and reasonable for a girl to go around in the mountains with a man.